All right. Good evening, Santa Monica. It is 5:31 p.m. and we are going to call the June 27, 2023 council meeting. For those of you who are unaware, Council Member De La Torre is participating remotely from Spain. We all wish we were there. So we're excited to have him with us, albeit only by telephone. Mr. Gupta, I see you're on the dais. Will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And can we have the roll call?
Councilmember Swick.
Here.
Councilmember Para.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here. Here.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here. All right, we have a quorum and we can begin the meeting. We will start with item 1, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And let me see how many speakers we have.
I see 11.
Yes.
All right. So what we're going to do, folks, for those of you who've not been here before, is I will call several names. We'll ask you to line up to the wall to your left or right, and you will each have 2 minutes to speak. The first 4 names are John Barry, Steve Lavelle, Keith Brown, and Maddie Hertz.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, honorable members of Santa Monica City Council. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is John Barry, and I'm here to discuss the Pedicab Beach Decal Lottery. Under the system, operators are encouraged to divide up their fleets into multiple companies to get multiple business licenses, while the riders are also required to get business licenses, which are not affected by the lottery or included in the lottery. It's an exploitable system that doesn't account for the community. I myself don't have a budget to engage in the shenanigans to divide up my fleet into a bunch of different companies, but nonetheless, last year operators were able to exploit it, and it's known. These guys came in as one fleet this year, so it wasn't like they were hiding it or anything. It happened with 2 fleets last year. It's happened with at least 2 fleets this year. I'm not sure how many pedicabs were actually approved. The deadline was yesterday. It was last Tuesday to get all the paperwork in. So I don't know how far that is away from the 30 stickers that there's going to be. So maybe everything's going to work out anyways. Hopefully we can get on the beach this summer. Thank you for allowing me this time and listening to me. 27 seconds. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Mr. Lavelle.
I'd like to start by saying that there were a number of absolute lies and slanders that were directed against John Barry during the public comments at the last meeting. To refute these lies point by point would take much more than my allotted 2 minutes. But you might have noticed that none of these other so-called fleet owners ever show up with their riders. There's a reason we all work with John Barry, and it's because he runs the only disciplined, professional, and law-abiding operation on the beach. There are a couple of other decent independent pedicabbers as well. I don't mean to disparage everyone who doesn't work with John. But the main point I want to focus on is the lottery for the decals. I'd like to point out some of the mistakes that were made last year. There was one guy who's never on the beach. I've only seen him riding at Coliseum events, and I believe he lives in San Diego. But because he's technically considered a fleet owner, one of the 12 stickers was basically wasted on him. There was one guy who, just before the stickers were issued, suddenly created more fake on-paper companies than he even had riders for. He conned his way into getting 3 stickers and disappeared completely off the beach for 4 months. 0 riders. Now he has 2 riders. They have the decals, but they don't have business licenses or even legal U.S. work papers. Yet he's spearheading a campaign to register even more bogus shell game companies this year in a calculated effort to take as many stickers away from John and us as he can. I believe there needs to be a deeper look into who truly qualifies for these decals, beyond the current qualification of just being a fleet owner. Those of us who rent are frankly getting screwed. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lavelle. Keith Brown.
Hello, I'm Keith Brown. Sorry, I didn't hear my name earlier. I didn't stand up here. So I was here last city council meeting. Thank you very much for having us again. I'm talking on behalf of Pedicabs on the Beach Bike Path. I wanted to mention something last time, but I ran out of time. And the thing is, I started out with my roommate, Eden, got a letter from the Transportation Planning Department from the City of Santa Monica. And the letter states, the email stated, the very first line, the City of Santa Monica invites licensed pedicab operators in good standing to apply for decals to operate on non-electric pedicabs on the beach bike path for permitted year 2023 to 2024. Now, I've been working with the city for 8 years. I understand we don't have enough decals for the people who actually work with the city legally, but I don't understand why the city's already expanding the invitation to people who don't have a pedicab operation here in Santa Monica or have never pedicabbed, period. That's just, it doesn't make sense to me. If we are inviting other people to do that, I believe that everyone who has a business license in the city of Santa Monica should get a decal automatically before we open the invitation to other people. I just think that's fair because we've been working here for so long, and it doesn't seem right to invite other people and just let them take our business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Maddie Hertz. Before you begin, Ms. Hertz, I'm going to call a few more names so people can line up behind you. Chris Rink, John Medal, it's got a 7 in it, Ryan Kim, and Ken Ward. Thank you, Ms. Hertz, for your patience.
Okay, thank you. I have a sign for all of you. And thank you for those of you who came to talk about the budget. So I would never have invested in this city 6 years ago if I knew what the future would look like. I and a large number of residents, even though they're not here, think Santa Monica is unsafe. And if you don't believe it, read next door. Read Amy Jo Thompson's experience walking with her child to a sandcastle contest. I'm so glad that I'm not raising my family here. I believe the thin blue line holds the frontier between chaos and civilian life, between crime and the American dream. I read that you're approving funds for 6 officers, a sergeant, the DART team, and advances in technology. Of course, most of those funds may come from the CS funds or additional hotel room fees, which may not materialize because of crime. I don't believe that 7 additional officers are enough. The council PR people like to say that we're not a city of 93,000, that we really are 250,000 because of the tourists. Therefore, the number of officers for a 250,000 person city, we need 625 officers, 2.5 full-time officers per 1,000 residents. I believe that we have 205 right now, which is not enough even for 93,000 residents. Do not approve this budget without giving Chief Batista what he needs all the way to create a safe environment in this city. You cannot do your job without what you need, and he needs more, and I don't care whether he asks for it or not. He needs his job. He is going to retire in 2 or 3 years, and he can't afford to be let go. So he's not going to say it, but I'll say it for him. He needs police officers. We need people on the street.
Thank you, Ms. Turks.
Thank you for listening.
All right, Chris Rink.
Good evening. Hi. I'm not going to take up much of your time. My colleague Steve said already quite a lot and quite eloquent, more than I could do. I just wanted to add that in John Barry's fleet are a number of Santa Monica residents, me among them, who find it a bit weird that we are not allowed to work on our own beach, technically, and other companies from outside, even outside of Los Angeles, are allowed and getting stickers that, as my colleague already pointed out, they don't even use. That's all I had to add from last time, so I just wanted to add that on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rink. John, and I apologize, it's MEDL7H on my screen.
7H, I can't give you my social security account.
That's
Hi.
fine.
I'm John Medla. I've been living here for the last 27 years. So good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, council members, city manager, city attorney, and the city clerk. I was told after the last council meeting, a comment was made by one of the city council members, wow, that was just 1 hour of white privilege. If that's true, what a disgraceful thing to say. That's disrespectful of everyone in this city. Do you really think the people who were stabbed at California Pizza Kitchen cared what color the skin was? Do you think the people who were stabbed on the pier cared the color of their skin? Safety. Public safety has to be priority number one. That's the first priority of any and all governments. I looked at your agenda. I can't talk about the budget, blah, blah, blah. So obviously past that, but please, every meeting you have, put public safety first. I was here for the May 31st event. I called my manager, my billing, as I hear the big crowds coming down 6th Street in the afternoon. If you need someone to help guard the building, then I'd be glad to do it. The following morning, I saw the National Guard at the Santa Monica Mall. They had live action. They had live rounds in their weaponry. So please, every meeting you have, continue to put public safety first, the number one priority, not the green lanes for the bikes, not the inclusiveness. If you don't have public safety, you don't have a city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ryan Kim.
Hello, my name is Ryan Kim, and I am a current junior at Santa Monica High School. I am also a member of Climate Corps, or also known as Climate Action Santa Monica. So recently we've been collecting surveys at the past weekend at farmers markets about people's ideas or opinions on all the climate action and the climate plans that we've implemented to reach net zero gas emissions. And though most results have been positive and people have been enjoying the bike lanes and everything we put into this, there are some questions of it, such as since the new rule of all buildings that are being constructed or made has to be electric, there are also people who are saying will there be electrical appliances or anything that will be brought into the current apartments or buildings, since they think that if we're trying to reach that, then they should also get that kind of fairness as well. But there's also been some controversy in green bins. Some people haven't also been getting green bins, and I feel that you guys should also kind of find a way to maybe distribute that faster, or kind of give the public a bigger knowledge on what's supposed to go in green bins, since several people have claimed to me that they don't know what goes in green bins because they either don't have them or because they don't have the general knowledge as well. And I think that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kim, and thank you for joining us this evening. Ken Ward. Before you begin, Mr. Ward, I'm going to call a few more names. Kenny Fields, Louis Tabares, and Jerry Rubin. Go ahead, Mr. Ward.
Mayor, council members, staff. When is the south side elevator going to be repaired in Structure 5 that was damaged several years ago by a transient setting it on fire? We need to know. I mean, the north side one is out maybe once every other month by vandalism. Yesterday afternoon, I noticed a problem at the new crosswalk at the eastbound Olympic and 4th. As a photo shows, there is no indication when it's safe to cross 4th Street. I saw yesterday a family crossing the street not knowing that the green light was for 4th Street and they almost got hit. This could have been a major lawsuit against the city. You put in a new crosswalk, no indications. By the way, who did the design and approval of this work? Lastly, it is time for a traffic and mobility commission. The commission is needed to keep an eye on some staff members who think they know better than the public. You may ask why I say this. It is because working for the city, working for the traffic signals for 30 years for the city of Santa Monica, I have seen the power play by some city employees. And if you're wondering why I did not use the 311 app, I'm still waiting for a response that I sent in a request 3 weeks ago. And one last thing, since the city sold the mobile home park to Caritas, we are now having new homes brought in. And I would all invite you to come on over, drive through and see what they look like and talk to the residents. They're all happy. We're all glad that the city got out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Kenny Fields.
Hi, my name's Kenny Fields. I've lived in Santa Monica since 1985. I'm here tonight because I've been pushed to the limit of my patience while trying to build an ADU in the backyard of my house. I could never anticipate the dysfunctional process that I'm still mired in while simply trying to build a unit that the city claims it wants to encourage its residents to build. My project is somewhat unique in that the structure is modular and jurisdiction over the inspection of the units is through the state of California, not the city of Santa Monica. When starting the permit process in May of 2022, my structural documents were already approved and had their HCD stamp from the state. I was told then by staff how understaffed and overworked they were. I was told that there were 56 other jobs ahead of mine in the queue and that I should expect no less than a 60-day turnaround for the city to respond, no matter how minor their comments were. 11 months later, we received our building permit, and now, as we try to get the unit built, we're faced with a building department that doesn't have close to the number of inspectors needed to keep up with the high volume of projects happening in the city. A month ago, when framing for our foundation was ready for inspection, the first available date was 4 weeks out. So our project lays idle while we wait our turn in the queue. In May of 2022, your staff was already complaining about being overworked and understaffed, and yet we find ourselves over a year later with the same issues, maybe even worse, still being used as excuses for the long delays in getting an inspection. Why has our city not been able to come up with a way to speed up the process? With additional hires of inspectors and building permit specialists. My guess is that budgetary constraints will be a major excuse as to why these additional inspectors have not been hired. I too have budgetary constraints and they're being blown up by the ridiculously long delays I'm expected to endure while the city does nothing to solve this widespread problem. I implore the City Council to direct Building and Safety Department to hire more specialists and inspectors in the field to help dig through this backlog of work that has been piling up since before.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Louis Tabares.
Hello, everybody. Appreciate you guys. I just want to say, pretty much everybody else, my colleagues already said that I wanted to say. I don't want to say, but I just hope you guys consider giving us, my colleagues, some more details. I was the only one that had one last year, and I think it was so unfair. And we want to be working at the beach, and some other people that got decals, I never seen them once at the beach. So it doesn't make any sense, you know. And I just hope you guys, consider that, give us a fair chance. The people that really want to work at the beach.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Thank you so
Tabares.
much. I appreciate
Thank you.
guys.
Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Honorable City Council members, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. I want to today share some thank yous and a few of my hopes. July 1st, it'll be a year since my wife Marissa collapsed and had to be taken to the Santa Monica UCLA Medical Center and diagnosed with terminal pancreatic cancer, and 28 days later took her last breath. I deeply want to thank all of you for so much emotional support, for planting the tree of gratitude in her memory and all the good work you're doing. I want to thank the Y Senior Center, services at the Ken Edwards Center. I'm still in a grief support group, and they do such good work. I want to thank the Hirschberg Foundation to help cure pancreatic cancer and do research. Julie Weiss, who's run so many marathons, lives in Santa Monica and still helping to raise money for that good cause, and dedicated a race to Marissa once. I want to say that Marissa really pushed gratitude, and we know public safety's always been a high priority here. My God, it's crazy all around the country, and I don't want to undermine any individual thing that happens to anyone. It's horrible. But if we're working together and thinking of the good things, it works ethically and practically that we get more for it. In other words, it's time to start looking at all the good things in Santa Monica and recognizing that it's not an asylum. It's not a crazy place. And I go out on the promenade and everywhere all day long. And the police do need more police officers, but they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. All right, by my count, Ms. Anderson-Warren, that concludes the public testimony on item 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll move on to item number 2 then.
So number 2 is a public input, and it's agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar only. And we have no request to speak on this.
All right, also I do not see anyone for item number 2. All right, so we'll close the public comment on item number 2. At this point, council, what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to have the continued appointments, which I believe are for the Disabilities Commission and the Human Services Commission. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
Have them moved to be heard with the annual appointments on 16.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Because we have a member participating remotely, we'll need a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terrosis? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, and I'm not sure why people's mics aren't working, but I'll push a couple buttons up here and see if that helps. Yep.
Now,
All right, okay, we're in a different mode there. All right, so that passes unanimously 7-0. So we'll hear all the appointments at the same time. That takes us to item number 3.
Item number 3 is closed session, and we have a couple closed session items. We have an existing litigation, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District versus the LA County Committee on School District Organization. Then we have another existing litigation, it's Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have Scott Hobbs versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have Public Employee Performance Evaluation of Public Employee. The title is the City Attorney. And then last we have another existing litigation. It's Jared Powell versus the City of Santa Monica, and this is going to be a report out only.
All right, thank you, and I'll turn to Mr. Sloan, our city attorney, and ask what time he thinks we'll return.
It will be at least 7 o'clock. I would say 7:15.
All right, let's say 7:15, so we don't set expectations too high. All right, we'll see you all back here at 7:15. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to bring the meeting back to order now. Thank you all for your patience while we were in closed session. I will turn to our city attorney and ask what the report out from closed session is.
Yes, first of all of the matters were heard. On the matter listed on the agenda is report out on the Powell versus City case. That was a personal injury case on April 11th. The council approved the authority with a vote of 6-0 with Councilmember Parra absent, and the case is settled for $700,000. That's all.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to item number 4, special agenda items.
It's the city manager's report.
All right, city manager, take it away.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. First of all, I want to thank everyone on staff and in the community who organized and attended the Juneteenth and Samo Pride events this month. There's one more big Pride event scheduled, so we have one more time to enjoy and celebrate. That's on June 29th, the Party with a Purpose Trans Equity Fundraiser from 5 to 7 p.m. at the Victorian. And there'll be an opportunity to enjoy music, fun, and good food and fun while raising money for trans equity. And then a few additional updates to share. So this one I'm really excited about, particularly for the community beginning July 3rd. So just in a little less than a week, the Permit Services Center will expand its availability to allow walk-in customers for all public counter services, with the exception of our mobility division. Appointments.
Sorry, that was my bad. Just turn your mic back on. It should work.
Okay. Appointments for all public counter services are still encouraged and can be made online at checkin.smgov.net. But again, starting July 3rd, we will have walk-in services. And then we are inviting everyone to join Sustainable Santa Monica in celebrating Plastic-Free July and trying out ways to reduce your plastic consumption year-round. And then the city is developing a local behavioral health strategy, and as part of this, there is a brief online survey for anyone who lives or works in Santa Monica about what you see as the key behavioral health needs and opportunities in our city. A link to the survey is available on the city's homepage, santamonica.gov, and it's available in multiple languages. The survey will close in mid-July, so we encourage everyone here tonight to please take it and pass it along to your family, friends, co-workers, and neighbors to help shape the future of behavioral health in our city. And lastly, a reminder that on Tuesday, July 4th, city facilities will be closed in honor of Independence Day. And if everyone is available, Saturday, July 1st, over at Solano Community College, the fireworks celebration will be on this year, so hope to see everyone there. Sorry, Santa Monica Community College. I keep doing that. And that's all. Thank you.
Right. And just a reminder, also, we have the 4th of July parade on the morning of the 4th of July. How convenient. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Now, again, my favorite time. This is OJ. He's a 4-month-old male lab mixed puppy. He's been at the animal shelter since June 14th, 23. He's fun and playful puppy, and he's looking for a home to call his own. Like most puppies, he needs help with all his basic training and potty training, but he's smart and he should catch on fast. If you're interested in meeting OJ or any of the other animals looking for forever homes, please contact the Santa Monica Animal Shelter for more information at 310-458-8595. And as always, if you can't adopt OJ, but you have a forever friend at home and you happen to use the Chewy.com service, there is a way on Chewy.com to actually donate to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation with all sorts of things they need to keep all the animals healthy, safe, well-fed, and at the animal shelter. So I hope you'll take the opportunity to do that. Thank you. Go OJ, what a cutie. All right, Madam Clerk, I think you have a question to ask us.
Do any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
Yep, no one's jumping in, so I believe the answer would be no. That moves us on to the consent calendar.
So the consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by council members for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents.
And did we get any notification of anyone wanting to pull anything?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do we have any late pulls? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion for the passage of the entire consent calendar. All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, seconded by Councilmember Terosas for all the items on the consent calendar. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes, you can. You should.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes. That passes unanimously 7-0. All right, that takes us to item number 6.
Item number 6 is public comment on all the remaining items on the agenda, with the exception of the public hearing 12 item, which is the budget. So public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and for first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinance for second reading and adoption, but we don't have any for this.
All right, and I have a list here. As before, I will list several names. I will ask you to line up along the wall to your left. Because we have people speaking on multiple items, please state your name and also identify the item on which you are speaking. And if you are speaking on more than one item, let us know so we can give you the appropriate amount of time. The people I have in the queue at this point are Test, Dr. Anna Rogers, Michelle Gray, Michelle Edgar. Oh, all right. Well, I have you listed on the budget, but you're not speaking on any other item? All right, so someone who wrote down Test on the outside, Michelle Gray. I really am going to ask you folks to line up. I'm going to read a few more names. Michelle Edgar and Denise Barton. It does help the meeting go much quicker when people are lined up and ready to go. All right, take it away, Ms. Gray.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and esteemed council members. I'm here tonight to speak to you about item 16A and ask you to please reappoint Housing Commission Vice Chair Teresa Marasco to her seat, the 2-year seat dedicated to housing authority clients who have current or prior lived experience with homelessness. Teresa Marasco is an incredibly passionate, dedicated volunteer, and I think the city is very lucky to have her. In the last year and a half, in her first term, she has helped us create and execute an incredibly ambitious agenda. She goes out of her way to spend time with constituents, particularly marginalized constituents, to make sure that she hears and understands and can address their problems. She also goes out of her way to attend other potentially related commission meetings like planning commission meetings, architectural review board, and she even keeps in touch with staff to try and ensure transparency and that she's as aware as possible about things that are going on in the city. She also keeps very up to date on new developments in HUD policies and best practices for affordable housing, development and programming, and she's just an incredible asset to the city and the commission. So I ask that you please reappoint her to her seat.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Thank you.
Michelle Edgar.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to apply for the Arts Commission. It would be an honor to serve on the Arts Commission and to continue helping to build culture in the arts here in Santa Monica. With the breadth of experience in the music, entertainment space, as well as sports, and my passion for impact work, I would love the honor to do so. I currently work for LeBron James Spring Hill, and I recently started a 3-month series on the Santa Monica Pier to bring salsa to the community, to connect all ages and stages. I've run a music nonprofit, Music Unites, working in the Compton Unified School District for over 10 years, as well as starting a music varsity program in Music Unites Day in Compton. And I run a women in leadership community to empower women in business. So this would be a real honor, as I think with what's coming with the Olympics, World Cup, and all the amazing things we do in this city, Santa Monica College, and the Broad and the Pier, the festival this past weekend, that I would bring a unique perspective, and I really understand policy, the importance of building and learning under all of you. So I would love this privilege, and I look forward to continuing this and getting to know you all. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Ms. Barton, and before you speak, the last speaker, as I see it, is Spencer Gross, or is there another one?
So we have a Dana Kaufman that signed up under 12A, but he wants to speak under 6A.
Oh, all right. So after Spencer Gross.
Yes.
So after Ms. Barton, it'll be Spencer Gross and then Dana Kaufman. And then Ms. Barton, I see that your name's here twice. Does that mean you're speaking on 2 different items?
Yes.
All right. So we'll time you appropriately. I believe that's 4 minutes. Go right ahead. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening. On item 16A, I do hope reappointment of incumbent Teresa Marosco to the position of the Housing Commission for the position of who is or has been homeless will be your decision. She's been a benefit to the Housing Commission, prioritizing helping affordable housing tenants who've been homeless, as well as helping all affordable housing tenants if they need her assistance. So I do hope you will keep her on the Housing Commission. Thank you. Then on item 16C, again, I have to question the practice of spending funds before they've been reappropriated or transferred. But by this action by Gleam Davis, you seem to feel that the unspent funds are yours to put into the council's discretionary funds. Do you not understand these are city funds paid by the taxpayers and not your personal funds? I would strongly encourage you to put the small amount of savings like this into the police department due to how unsafe the city has become under your leadership. I also hope you can see how reappropriating council member travel funds to council's discretionary funds could be seen as you using and taking advantage of the taxpayers for your special interests. In addition to it being a bad accounting practice to spend money before it's been transferred. But there again, Gleam Davis can argue the money's already been spent for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Mr. Gross.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, and esteemed council members. My name is Spencer Gross. I'm here to appoint myself, or to be appointed, hopefully, to the Airport Commission. I wanted to tell you all a little bit more about myself. I've had the privilege and honor to grow up in Santa Monica, not as a resident, but somebody who got my education here. I went to middle school and high school at New Roads, back when New Roads Middle School was actually located in the Boys and Girls Club on Lincoln Boulevard. I've been a member of the community for a very long time, as is my fiance, who went to Santa Monica's high school and has grown up here quite a bit herself. In addition to, my time and spent here living in Santa Monica and being here, I just recently became a full-time Santa Monica resident. And in that time when I was growing up on the west side of Los Angeles, I spent much of my time in my friends' houses right below the Santa Monica Airport flight path. So I have a lot of experience knowing directly sort of the impact that it makes, not just on homeowners here in Santa Monica, but people in our entire community. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity, as I don't have to tell any of you, to make the airport into a world-class park. It's something that can really benefit our community at large, and I hope to use the opportunity to be on the Arts Commission to be better involved into the community that I've now made my home to make that happen. So I thank you all for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Dana Kaufman.
Hello, esteemed council members. I'm hoping for an appointment to the Urban Forest Task Force. I have experience working at nonprofit environmental organizations, working with the County of Los Angeles, and as a resident of Santa Monica, I'm really eager to continue to see us leading the country in stewarding the urban forest and maintaining it for years to come. So I'm hoping to consider appointment alongside my peers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your willingness to serve as well. All right, as I see it, Madam Clerk, that concludes all the speakers for item 6. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then I will declare the public input portion, except for item 12, closed. And we have moved both the Library Board appointment and the Human Service Commission appointment to the back of the agenda with all the other appointments so they can be considered more cohesively. So that takes us to the big ticket item for the evening, item 12.
So item 12 is the adoption of the first year and approval of the second year of the fiscal year 2023 through 2025 biannual budget adoption. And let me tell you, this is a special joint meeting of the City Council, Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. As the Housing Authority, you receive $50 for that meeting, and as a Parking Authority, you receive $50. I need to call the roll for the authorities. So Authority Member Zwick.
Present.
Authority Member Para.
Here.
Authority Member Brock.
Here.
Authority Member Terosas. Here. Authority Member De La Torre.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Chair Davis.
Here. All right, and before we hear the staff report on this matter, I just want to let everyone know how we're going to do this. We are going to hear the staff report. We are then going to go to questions especially since we do have folks who are here to speak on the public hearing. So the idea is we want them to hear the answers to the questions before they speak, but we don't want to get into comment. After we hear the public hearing and from the public, then we will come back to the dais and we can have discussion and all necessary motions. I also want to let folks know that after consultation with the city attorney's office, we can do the first three items under item 12A, 1, 2, and 3 as a joint motion. So it's one motion there. The remainder of the items can be done also jointly, but I would propose we pull out item 18 since that is the allocation of discretionary money, and there might be some council input about what we should do with that at this point in time. So are we all clear on how we're going to do this? All right. Great. Take it away, staff.
Okay, I will. All right. So good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Oscar Santiago. I'm the city's budget manager. I want to start by providing you with an So I want to start by providing you with an overview of the actions that we are requesting for you to approve tonight. We are requesting for you to adopt the first year of the fiscal year 2023 to 25 budget and approve the second year, along with the adoption of all resolutions required to do that. We are also asking you to adopt a number of other resolutions that establish local fees, fines, and rates, and that comply with state laws, such as the annual GAN appropriations limit and the allocation of state tax, gas tax funds. We are also asking you for approval to accept grant awards and renewals, primarily funding the Human Services Grants Program, and to approve 3 agreements that will allow for a quick implementation of council appropriations related to the homelessness and youth. And finally, we are asking you for direction on the allocation of council discretionary funds. Tonight, we are bringing you the proposed fiscal year 23-25 budget for adoption. As you know, the city follows a biannual or 2-year budgeting process. In the odd years, we approve the operating 2-year budget. The operating budget is what funds our programs and services and basic costs to run government on a daily basis. In the even years, we ask you to approve the capital 2-year budget, which includes costs for construction, replacement, and maintenance of infrastructure, technology, and equipment replacement. The city charter requires that council approve and adopt a budget annually. So while we take a 2-year view, which allows us to plan and message to the community what is coming, we are here tonight to adopt only fiscal year 23-24 operating and capital budget and approve the budget plan for operating budget for fiscal year 24-25. You have seen this slide before, and I wanted to show it to you again briefly, as it reminds us of the journey that we have been on leading up to tonight's budget adoption. In March, starting from the left, we presented you with the 5-year financial forecast for the general fund. Council adopted priorities for fiscal year 23-25 budget, heard public testimony, and approved staff's recommendations for funding targeted budget enhancements. These enhancements further address council priorities and strengthen governance. The targeted enhancements are included in the proposed budget. In May, the proposed budget was released to the public. Council was presented with and held a budget study session on the proposed budget, and council also heard public testimony and provided direction to amend certain elements of the proposed budget. All of these elements have informed the budget that we're presenting to you tonight for adoption. As we shared with you in May, thanks to continued revenue recovery and new revenue streams and the reallocation of funds, the proposed budget reflects the most substantial restoration of services and introduction of new ongoing services since the 2020 restructuring. The budget provides a plan built upon community-driven priorities to continue to rebuild, restore, and re-energize our community. The budget is balanced in the first year, and with the help of working capital reserves in the general fund, the budget remains balanced in the second year as well. The overall budget for the city in fiscal year 23-24, including operating and capital costs, is almost $745 million. About 1/3 of the budget is in enterprise funds that provide fee or rate-based services to individuals. A small percent is in internal service and in special revenue funds. And the remaining amount is in the general fund, where the majority of municipal services take place. The budget increases by less than 1% in year 2 to $750.6 million. Included in the proposed budget tonight are additional budget adjustments, which we refer to as final changes, that had not been included in the original budget that we presented to you in May. The final changes total $4.2 million and $4.1 million in fiscal years 23-24 and 24-25 respectively. These final changes are mainly in non-general funds and primarily facilitate the receipt of grants and corrections to the budget presented to you in May. And I will detail the final changes later in my presentation. City operations are a labor-intensive business. Therefore, positions represent services. The biannual budget includes the addition of 60.8 full-time equivalent positions, which results in 2,099.9 full-time positions in the budget. Okay. The next few slides detail the final changes included in the proposed budget. First, we have the final changes based on council direction from the budget study session. The first item listed is the restoration of a city traffic engineer position to enhance the city's ability to deliver on mobility projects. This item is primarily funded by transportation impact fees and the reallocation of budgeted contract funds. The second and third items are funded by the reallocation of general fund budget previously earmarked for the Community Partnership Program. The reallocated funding will enable the CREST program to fully operate at all elementary schools and enroll additional participants in CREST Club and enrichment opportunities. The funding will also fund additional investments in technology to enhance community safety. This slide lists the final changes facilitating the receipt of grant funds and funding for the Human Services Grants Program, or HSGP. In the Miscellaneous Grants Fund, staff is appropriating funds for services addressing homelessness, as approved by Council on May 9th. Funding comes from the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, SAMHSA grant, and the Department of Health Care Services, DHCS grant, to support the behavioral health needs of vulnerable residents and people experiencing homelessness. Additional funding is also allocated to the Human Services Grant Program for the National Opioid Settlement Agreement reached by manufacturers, distributors, and pharmacies. Staff also seeks to appropriate grant funds from the Westside Cities Council of Governments, WestCog, to fund activities not funded via the Human Services Grants Program. The activities include eviction prevention, a new 311 outreach response, and additional case management services to support emergency medical services provided by the fire department. Additionally, staff seeks to appropriate funds from early childhood developer fees to the Human Services Grants Program to provide child care subsidies to low-income Santa Monicans. This was approved by Council on May 9th. And finally, a third category of final changes, primarily in the non-general funds, includes adjustments for omissions and corrections to the budget that was presented to Council in May. The largest adjustment is in the RRR fund for operating expenses that were inadvertently omitted from the budget. Included in the budget adoption report are resolutions to adopt the city's updated master fee and fine resolutions and the parking rate resolution. Most fees are adjusted annually by the growth of total compensation. At the May study session, staff highlighted fee changes outside of the routine increases. Tonight, we have a small number of additional fee changes. In the cemetery, staff recommends increasing certain mortuary fees to match the increases that are outside vendor charges for services. Additionally, as directed by Council at the budget study session, the application processing fees for landmark designation, and structure of merit permits will be waived for landmarks, commissioners, and nonprofit organizations. Additionally, in an effort to deter violations and noncompliance with 3 specific sections of the municipal code, staff is proposing new fines as well as increases to certain existing fines. Included in the changes are the fines for failure to provide tenant relocation assistance, the creation of increased or new fines for repeat violations of the advertising requirements under the city's home share ordinance, and new fines for violation of the code and administrative regulations related to the outdoor parklets program. And lastly, we are seeking council approval for 3 agreements in order to quickly start implementing work addressing homelessness and youth programming. Staff seeks approval to enter into an agreement with the Salvation Army to support the city's 311 outreach efforts and provide street team assistance to the homeless liaison program. Staff also seeks approval to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District that will continue to provide $500,000 annually to the school district for the operation of Playground Club program. And finally, staff seeks approval of an agreement with Barry Dunn to prepare the city's homelessness strategic plan. The scope of the work that Barry Dunn will complete was highlighted in the March Council workshop materials. And also Anuj is here, who will provide more details on this item. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you. Anuj will provide additional details on the contract for homelessness strategic plan.
Thank you, Oscar. Good evening, Mayor. And I had the privilege of working with several of my colleagues to steer the RFP process for the homelessness strategic plan. So just to walk back a bit to November 2022, when the Moss Adams study of our city's homelessness response and prevention efforts was released. One of the foremost recommendations from the Moss Adams study was that the city develop a comprehensive homelessness strategic plan that would build on the current 4 pillars framework around which we organize our work on homelessness and focus on setting clear policy direction, promoting alignment across city departments and stakeholders, and support our regional efforts. So in March at the City Council workshop, you may recall that staff brought to the council a recommendation that we embark on a RFP to solicit partners who could help us with developing that strategic plan, and we received unanimous support from the council at that time. And so we issued a competitive RFP, and we had a interdepartmental review panel with representatives from our community services department, our police department, and the public works department. And our review panel was really focused on the notion that, unlike many other jurisdictions, our city was not in the position of starting from scratch on developing a homelessness approach. Rather, we were really seeking to build from and align and elevate a very sound organizing framework, the 4 pillars approach, as I mentioned, and also the data, the findings of the Moss Adams study. Obviously, that firm spent a great deal of time and effort digging into our investments and work on that issue. And the focus really was on which partner or partners could work with us to produce a plan focused on alignment, clear vision and direction, roles and responsibilities, and clear objectives and metrics so that we could track our work, report on our success, of course, to the council and most importantly to the community as well about our investments on this critical issue. So as I said, our team of community services department, police department, and public works representatives reviewed. We had 6 submissions in this RFP. We shortlisted 2 firms, Homebase and Barry Dunn, which was teamed up with Eco Northwest, and received a few other submissions as well. And ultimately, through the proposal review and interview process, Barry Dunn stood out as the clear top bidder for these services based on the city's alignment with the city's needs. They have a strong strategic planning track record, working with a number of jurisdictions, including cities here in Southern California. Eco Northwest also teamed up with them to bring significant subject matter expertise, particularly on homelessness, in some of the work experiences that they shared. In addition, we did, of course, check a number of references for both firms and had uniformly positive reviews and references, particularly for cities or jurisdictions that were in a similar position of not starting from scratch, but seeking a strategic plan to really produce alignment, produce clear vision around a particular policy issue, in our case, homelessness. And based on that, the city is bringing forward this recommendation this evening. So in terms of the next steps, should the council approve tonight, we would begin working with the selected firms on a timeline of bringing back a completed strategic plan to the council next May in time or in alignment with the annual report to homelessness to the city council. And what we are also recommending tonight does include a option for a second year should the need arise for additional implementation work on actually ensuring the success of the strategic plan that the firms would develop with us. So that's all I have, and turning it over back to Oscar.
This slide to approve tonight, so that's it. We're here for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Santiago. Questions from council members? Councilmember Para.
Oh. Well, before I go to my notes, Mr. Gupta, I do have a couple questions for regarding. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. Regarding the strategic plan on homelessness. So clearly, it does make sense to build on current capacity and to maximize some of the existing work that's already been done. But can you elaborate a little bit more on what the plan is that this firm is proposing in terms of what the content of the plan is that they're proposing to bring back to us? I mean, are they going to take a look at everything that we are doing and then come back with a plan on how we should move forward, what our strengths and weaknesses are? I mean, what is it going to look like? What have they proposed?
Thank you, Councilmember. So it's a great question. I think one of the focuses that we had on the staff side was to ensure that we were certainly not duplicating the work, the extensive work that Moss Adams had already conducted over the last year. And so I think with regard to the auditing of the investments, we feel quite confident in the work that was done by Moss Adams and brought forward. And certainly this firm would be privy to all of the data, all of the findings of the report itself and the underlying work that we prepared in conjunction with Moss Adams. I think the scope with regards to the strategic plan is really focused on building on the Moss Adams findings, building on the existing investments and the framework that the city has established, that the council has adopted of the 4 pillars framework, to really identify the overarching vision and sort of both the narrative, but also the specific goals that inform and underlie our work on homelessness. Really clarify roles and responsibilities of the different city departments, because of course this is an all hands on deck effort. It's one that virtually every city department, in addition to our community partners, our grantees, our frankly residents and community groups, have a very vital stake in. So it's really to flesh out what the roles and responsibilities are of those different components, both internally and within the community. And then also I think an area that we acknowledge we have some work to do on is metrics and reporting, right? So that we can develop a clear sense of not just what are all the different things we are doing, but what are the returns on investment? How are we demonstrating progress both, to ourselves and keep holding ourselves accountable, but also reporting to the community on here's the investments and here's the progress we're making. And so I think that really is the focus of the scope is not, as I said earlier, not we're very fortunate to have decades worth of investments of expertise, both in-house that our staff have developed, whether it's the community services department, police department, our innovative approaches using technology, et cetera, but also that our grantees, our partners have developed. So it's not starting from scratch with a blank page, but it's really taking the investments we have and finding alignment, clear roles and responsibilities, and then how to kind of convey that story and then document and track our progress as we go forward.
Thank you for that narrative. So as you know, I'm on the sub-audit committee, and really I've been, on it for the last, year and a half. And so, and also as someone, I think just from very early on when I was first elected, was very curious about the services that we offer. And really, I think that what the phrase that I had coined, like who's who at the zoo, right? trying to determine the services, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and really, what is out there and how we're performing it, how much money we're spending, really what, the resources, the expenditures, the assets, all of that, right? And so I think that that's kind of where a lot of these conversations came from, and that's a lot of the information and the topics, the conversations that we were having, not only amongst ourselves, but then also brought back to the audit committee. And then, thankfully we ended up having this report. And then the recommendation that came forward regarding the strategic plan. And so I appreciate that, but I also kind of feel that this, and again, I'm just speaking for myself, I don't know what my colleagues, but I really feel like, and hopefully this plan will do that, but it really needs to look at everything and give us a plan of like, how do we move the needle forward, right? And is that what this plan is going to do for us? Not just look at everything, give us metrics, but really take a look at everything and see what efforts we're duplicating, what things we can pull back on, and how can we move this needle forward in terms of, because we have a crisis. And so how do we move the needle forward in terms of we're not going to solve homelessness, obviously, but, how do we make a dent, if you will? I think that's, at the end of the day, is ultimately what the hope is with this plan. And so, am I making sense? I mean, that's the end goal, at least in my mind, of what the intention was for this plan. Is that what we're looking into with this plan in terms of?
Yeah, Councilmember, I believe
Okay, yeah.
it's in alignment with what we're.
It just kind of sounded like we were just, okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the intention, because I didn't really hear that, and I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yeah, I think what you heard also, and I think what informed the committee was simply reflecting on the notion that, A, we're not starting from zero, and B, we're not looking to sort of blow up the boxes and rebuild, that we have a lot of things that are proven that work. We also have areas that we know we can do better, or we can engage better, we can partner better, we can communicate better, we can certainly track and report better. And so I think these partners are people we'd be able to work with to identify how to organize and leverage and amplify and accelerate the things that are working, and then where are the gaps in our efforts, and really close those gaps. So I think total alignment.
If we're duplicating efforts, fix that. And
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So more questions. I had regarding the transportation engineer. I think on the staff report on page 11, you can go to my notes here. Was it page 11? Well, anyhow, on the report, let me see if I can get to that page. It indicated, let me see here, the right page. No, it's the graph where is it page 8? Okay, thank you. Oh, the table, yeah. So it talked about, so initially when we talked about funding that position, my understanding was that it was all going to be funded through transportation, but here it reflects that some of that is going to be funded with a reallocation of contractual services in the general fund. So does that mean that some of it's going to be paid through the general fund?
So the funding is a combination of two sources, to be precise. So 70% of the funding is going to come from the transportation impact fee resources, and then 30% will come from contract savings in the general fund, because we will no longer need to contract out for those services, because we'll have that position. We did look at to try to assess if we could fund 100% of the position out of transportation impact fee program. We can't do that because of the guidelines of the program, and staff, both in finance and Department of Transportation, did analyze the work that is on the horizon, and their best estimate is 70% could come directly from the Transportation Impact Fee Fund. And then, like I said, the 30% comes from contract savings, because we would otherwise have to contract out for that work if we didn't have the position.
Okay. Okay. And then there was another bullet point under some of the changes that were being made. It's the last bullet point where it said changes to unfunded project list, where you're updating the adopted budget book. Changes include removing Bergamot Station connectivity phase 2 and adding Reed Park Dog Park. Did we talk? I don't recall talking about that.
We talked about adding that to the unfunded list, so that's where it, so it's brought into the unfunded list. It's not a funded project, so we
Okay.
have it on the horizon. So as we look to future budget cycles, to the extent that funding's available, we'll have that on the list for council to select from.
Okay. And Promenade Kiosk Improvement Projects. That's, what, the Promenade Kiosk Improvement Projects, what's that?
Yeah, that was the direction we took to add that to the unfunded list about the potential to remove the kiosk in the 1200
Oh,
block
the
of the
middle.
promenade. So that also has been added to the list.
Okay. Thank you. I think I had one more. Excuse me, bear with me. And one more question. So Oscar briefly reflected on it in terms of revenues related to the National Opioid Settlement Agreement that goes to Human Services for $150,000. Let's see here. Is there any requirements on how that money is used, since that came from a settlement, from opioid settlement? And where does that money go to?
Good evening, Danielle Noble, Acting Community Services Director. There are requirements on how the money can be used. I don't have the language right in front of me, but it is specifically for services in support of substance abuse prevention and treatment. And we are programming that money for the Claire Foundation's work. So that is our substance abuse provider. And so we are it is a good match. Their services are a good match for the funds.
For that, and that's part of that Human Services grant. Okay. I just hadn't seen that before, so I was wondering.
Yeah, it's a new source of money, and we're really happy to get it, and we will get it for a good number of years.
Okay. And then, let's see here. Thank you, Danielle. Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Terosis.
Thank you. So I guess this question is for the city manager. So the proposed budget has an additional multidisciplinary outreach team. Can you just talk a little bit more about what that team's going to do?
So currently, we deploy two multidisciplinary outreach teams and a multidisciplinary service team. And the two, what we call the C3 teams, the multidisciplinary teams, their job is to work with those who are most vulnerable in our community and connect them to services and housing and provide service to them in the field. So right now, with the way we're structured, we currently have teams that work, for the most part, largely concentrated in the downtown and beach areas, and that's representing about 40% of our homeless population. So this team, something the council has talked a lot about wanting in the past, is to have more coverage and presence east of Lincoln, because right now we're pretty much reliant on LAHSA to provide that service to us. So this team will focus on the east of Lincoln area. I don't think that will likely be enough resource for the east of Lincoln area, but it's certainly a start and a commitment to deploying resources to address folks that are experiencing homelessness in that part of the community.
And we're paying for that through CS funding, which we wouldn't have had otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then is Barry Dunn going to evaluate kind of the efficacy of all the different efforts that we have going on right now?
Yes. So, I mean, I think that definitely the inventory of the services and investments is a part of it. As I said, you know, a good bit of that work was done by Moss Adams already. And so I think certainly not to be duplicative of that, but absolutely the focus on the existing investments and strategies, alignment of those is certainly part of the scope.
And can Barry Dunn build off of the audit that Moss Adams did to propose tangible, clear metrics for us to track as a community beyond just number of folks that are housed or unhoused to tell the story of who is homeless in our community and how we're potentially making an impact in the homeless crisis?
Absolutely, Councilmember. The metrics development and really connecting that to impact and narrative is a key part of what we envision out of the strategic plan.
Great, thank you. In terms of the 2 new departments that we're establishing with this budget, can you let us know your proposed go-live date for those 2 departments?
Well, technically speaking, they go live July 1st, but technically speaking, they won't really go live until we have the 2 directors on board. So the recruitments are open, and I think we're having our first meeting to talk about the recruitment for the Director of Recreation and Arts next week or the week after. So as soon as those directors come on board, then we'll officially have the departments functioning independently.
Okay, and I would love an update at a future meeting just on the branding and implementation strategy so that folks in the community know where they can go, the services in those departments, and who they contact for help if that's possible, just so that folks know about these new departments. And then without the money that was previously proposed for the strategic partnerships in the city manager's office, how are we planning on renegotiating our MOU with LA 28?
Thank you, Councilmember. So certainly the fact that based on the study session, the council is moving forward with the addition of the admin analyst is a really crucial piece, and probably I would say if Melissa Spagnola were here, she would certainly say that the most vital piece of what was brought forward as a recommendation to the council, because I think that will provide the capacity of that team to do the full scope of work in the partnerships portfolio and certainly enable Melissa to lead those negotiations with LA 28. We are already in really close and regular touch with our counterparts at LA 28 and beginning regular meetings with them next month and bringing forward an item next month, the first of a number of agreements to the council to implement our, our role as a venue city for LA 28. So we feel good about where we are, but that position is certainly a key piece of enabling the success of that work.
Okay, and I understand that position is also helping us potentially go after additional grant funding that we're bringing into the city or additional public-private partnerships. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would also love, just for our edification and the public on a going forward basis, the return on investment for that position. Like, how much money are we bringing into the city through going after these partnerships? I think it's just good for us to quantify that if possible. And then finally, I noticed that so we are reallocating money for the Art of Recovery, which I think is important. Can you just talk about how the Art of Recovery has supported or is supporting economic recovery in the city right now?
I'll take a stab and then I'll turn to Danielle if I'm missing anything. So that program, we're using funds reallocated from pension liability money and goes to host a variety of programs and initiatives throughout the city. So, for example, it's a resource that's used to support our staff affinity groups and the cultural programs and celebrations that they have. So you can think about some of the Pride celebrations we had this month, Black History Month. Our Asian Pacific Islander affinity group does celebrations over the course of the year. It's a funding stream for community activities such as Americana in the park. We're looking, and I don't have a lot of details on it, but we're looking to do a new series at Tongva Park to activate and bring people to that park as well. So it funds a wide range of community programming and cultural activities throughout the city.
And would you say that that shows folks that Santa Monica is open for business and brings in visitors to the city as well?
I think so, but I think also related to that is something that we've talked a lot about, particularly with the Travel and Tourism District in terms of things that help to enliven our community for tourists. It brings the kind of engagement and activity that I think folks are looking to when they come here, and folks that also live here to enjoy the community and build community as well.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Davis, if it's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion at this time to adopt.
No, not yet.
No?
Not yet.
Okay,
Not yet.
all right.
We got to have the public hearing first.
Got it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Terosas. Councilmember Swick.
I had a few brief questions related to some new fees, I believe, within the city planning. If there's someone who could answer a question or two about that.
Good evening, David Martin with Community Development.
Hello, Mr. Martin. The urban runoff pollution mitigation fee, that's a new fee that's going to be phased in over the next several years. Is that correct?
That I'm not familiar with. Yeah, that's.
Oh, sorry, that's the wrong department there. I do have questions for you, though, as well. I'm sorry.
You want to give Rick's response?
Okay, yes, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rick Valtis, Director of Public Works.
Hi, Mr. Welty. The urban runoff pollution mitigation fee, that's a new fee, is that correct? That's going to be phased in?
It's not a new fee, it's an existing fee.
Oh, okay.
It's basically updating the fee amount.
I see, but it's being raised each year for the next 5 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
So what is it currently?
It's $7.61 per gallon.
Got it. And the reason why it was segregated among the new fees that we were to consider is it greater than the 4% or otherwise that the other fees are seeing?
It was just a way to ease the fee increase because the actual fee should be at $30 and change, but rather than hitting the folks with a $30 fee from $7.61, we decided to increase it gradually over 5 years.
And when you say should be, that's a reflection of what?
It's based on the calculation of the cost of capital improvements for stormwater quality improvements based on the projects that the city has engaged in over the last 3 years.
And this is a fee that can be paid in lieu of doing something? They either would pay the fee or do the improvement themselves?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And now, Mr. Martin, sorry.
No problem.
The SB9 fee, that's a new fee. I'm just curious as to how that fee, as well as the ARB administrative approval fees were originated and derived.
So with the ARB administrative approval, we reduced the fee because obviously it takes less staff time to process that application. So we don't have to take it to the board. We don't have to do the staff report.
So previously there was a fee paid for the discretionary process that was higher?
Yes.
Got it. And for SB9, what is that fee covering exactly?
That was just looking at the amount of time that staff would have to devote to those applications. So we calculated the time devoted and then based it on cost recovery.
So cost recovery. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
So let's start with the homeless report or the homeless study that will be done over the next year.
Approximately, yeah. The goal is to bring back a final report to council for adoption in May of 2024.
So I have questions on that because we've declared that we're in an emergency status, and we've declared that we're in a situation where we just went through an audit of homeless services. It appeared to me after the audit that we were spending much, much more than we were told when we took office, a little bit after we took office in 2021. 35 million more, approximately. So my question is, can't that be expedited? If that's going to be our roadmap, right? The audit showed us what we were doing right, what we needed to improve upon. Does it really take another year to get a roadmap to where we need to go, what services we can keep, what services we should consolidate, where we're doing too much, where we're not doing enough, and how it plays out in our community? Because we have an obligation to our community who wants to see compassion but also wants to see real help. So there is a question there.
Sure. Councilmember, I'll take a stab at it, and then I don't know if either Dave or Daniel want to jump in. I mean, I think what I would say to that is, I mean, timelines could be adjusted or accelerated if that's the desire of the council. However, it is important to note, right, that investments, the things that Moss Adams identified, right, and did cost, as you alluded to. We're not stopping on any of that work as we proceed with this strategic plan. So we are, in keeping with council direction, including some of the things adopted tonight, making additional investments, focused on sort of what is working, doing more of it, right? So I think what this plan is focused on is producing alignment, producing metrics that we'll be able to use going forward. And I think the goal, right, is to, and the reason why we identified May as the ideal timetable was that's when we come to the council with typically the homeless count results and the annual report. As part of this process, right, there will be a significant engagement component, both, of course, with each of you on the dais, working closely with city staff, and then community engagement. That's one of the reasons we selected Barry Dunn, is because they have a very effective and proven tool for engagement, for kind of facilitating dialogue. And so we do want to make sure that that process is a key part of it. And that's what I would say in terms of timing. I don't know if Dave has anything to add.
Yeah, I would just add in terms of that, I mean, practically speaking, if council adopts this tonight, by the time we get them under contract and the report is, it's actually shorter than a year, to be truly honest with you, because they start their work in August-ish. It has to be done well in advance of the May report to you. So, you're really talking at the end of the day, we're in June, so you're probably talking about an 8-month process in actuality. So we're going to do everything we can to expedite it. And like Anuj said, our perspective is we are accelerating a number of recommendations through the Moss Adams report to do all the work we need to do to address homelessness. So this is just one piece of many bodies of work that are moving forward all at the same time.
Right, because this is a no-bid contract as well. So
this was competitively, we issued a formal RFP. We had 6 responses. It was completely competitive.
Okay. I guess I just want to do everything we can to make sure that our residents are informed. Our residents see that there is a roadmap to trying to reduce the issues we see on our streets.
Yeah, I'm trying to be patient, but we're in questions now.
I know that. And so I would appreciate, at least on my part, that we don't take till May 2024 to come back. Even if there are interim reports issued, that we find a way to do something to speed up the process. Can you go back to the company and ask them what their expedited timeline would be, as long as they still could create the real metrics and that roadmap that we want?
I think, we can work with them on timing. I think, as I said, engagement with the community during the process of the strategic plan development will be a key part of this. So the community will, as you've seen recently, for example, with our behavioral health work, which is aligned with this work, there's extensive community engagement forums that we hold. We use our social media channels to ensure our community is aware of this work and has opportunities to weigh in. So I think there will be checkpoints during the process, and we can build in additional, interim opportunities to report to the council potentially as we go. So.
I want to switch gears for a minute to one of our city parks. Miles Playhouse is a city theater playhouse community meeting spot that's been open since the 1920s and is currently closed. I'd like to know what the projected cost would be to reopen the Playhouse.
So I don't have those numbers. I don't know, Dan, if you want to talk at a high level, because there are some extensive.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for an exact dollar amount. What I'm concerned with is that's something that would not only reopen part of Reed Park, but it also is a community center for the entire northern half of Santa Monica, and possibly could be more creatively used in that point and at that point as well.
Right. So we are very excited about the idea of reopening Miles Playhouse, and we are looking to do so through public-private partnerships and a new model for that site, because the way that we operated in the past is not something I think the city can take on at this time. The building needs significant capital improvements, ongoing and corrective maintenance, and we lost the staff that programmed it. So we are looking at a new model.
You might come back. Go ahead.
I didn't see him in the budget.
Okay.
So we want to do this, and it is at the top of the work plan for the Cultural Affairs Division, but we have to think about doing it differently.
Do we have any idea of what, before we get to public-private, what would we be asking for to operate it for a year? Do we have any
We
idea?
did not consider that because the public-private model is the most sustainable model and will get us the most diverse programming, and it will create activation at a scale that we could not do on our own.
Okay. Library. I know we're not completely open, and I know that in one instance, the 3 neighborhood organizations that are north of Wilshire Boulevard in the city have not had any place to hold their weekly meetings. And I know from conversations with our city manager, it would be between 3 and 6 hours of activation time at the Montana Branch Library to make that feasible again, so that once a month, those 3 community organizations on 3 different days, 3 different nights, could have their monthly meetings. So if we're looking at that and we're talking about 3 to 6 hours of programming, I suspect we can come up with that from somewhere in the items in this budget without closing another library earlier or removing time. Do we have any ideas on how to accomplish that so those 3 community-based organizations could again have meeting space north of Wilshire in the city of Santa Monica in a public space?
So I don't have the cost in front of me in terms of what it would be for the overtime needed for a library services officer to staff the library. A couple of options that exist within the context of the resources that are allocated. So with the expansion that as part of the budget, we'd be able to keep Montana open till 8 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So one option for the neighborhood groups is they could pay for the library services officer to be at the library for an extra hour. That'd be one way to accommodate the request for the folks. Another thing that could be done is they could absolutely reserve a room at one of our park facilities, and we have facility attendants that can manage those facilities, would be another option as well.
The only facility north of Wilshire in the city of Santa Monica then would be Jocelyn Meeting Room at Reed Park. And that's the only one north of Wilshire in Santa Monica. So one reason to ask about Miles Playhouse, one reason to ask about the Montana Library is to provide the north half of the city someplace to have monthly in-person meetings. So is there a way, if we have a potential, yes, you want to speak?
Good evening, Cecilia Tovar, Assistant City Librarian. Right now, we approximately think that it will cost about $1,300 to open extra at the Montana branch, but usually
Is that
costs
per month?
Yes.
For those 3.
Yes, for the 3 branches. But I think Montana, you have 3 neighborhood associations that meet there, right? So it costs about $70 to pay the extra LSO after hours for an hour. Right now, I think one idea is that if the neighborhood associations do meet from 6 to 8, because they do get those time for free at the library, otherwise that they will need to pay the $35 for an hour, but if it's at the main library, it will be $70 for the extra LSOs.
So a library service officer is the library police officer.
Correct. It is
Public safety officer. Okay, I wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone. And so you're saying the actual cost is about $15,000 per year, roughly.
Roughly.
I'm probably padding a little bit.
We will still need to really go and estimate and calculate for better, but just to give you an idea, I think it will be just, difficult for the branches right now to add that extra money.
Right, because the branch doesn't have to stay open. It just has to have the back door open and closed.
Correct, but we still need the staff there to actually make sure that it's closed. and then everything is secured.
A way
No,
to.
we're not finding anything now. We're
We'll ask
asking
that in a
questions.
minute. Okay. Thank you so much. So we're adding one homeless outreach team east of Lincoln. And the cost of that per year, as through the people concerned, the cost is approximately?
$460,000.
Okay. And I know when we had this conversation last month that I questioned whether one team could do enough to keep the east part of the city 6 square miles, whatever it is. How could 4 people working from 8:30 to 5 Monday to Friday, how much good could they really do? How many of the people that are camped behind people's alleys, their doorways, trespassing in their backyards, or sleeping in our city parks, how much could they really do? How many people do they believe they can get to, and how do they get to 5 miles, 6 miles of territory on a daily basis?
So
help me understand that.
No. Thank you. So there are a couple things I want to make sure in the context of this budget that we stay centered on. So one is there's resources allocated to expand our police department. Part of that will go to expanding the homeless liaison program team, and I want to make sure there's no confusion that team does work citywide. They respond to calls for service throughout the entirety of the city. So once those officers are hired, we'll be to 7 days a week with that team. So that will provide another layer of support. And then also within the context of the budget, we're asking to allocate resources from the county to a team supported by the Salvation Army that will be working with the police department to help respond to 311 calls. So I don't know that we've well publicized this feature, but you now can report either homeless issues or active encampments through 311 as well. So this team is absolutely part of that multi-layered approach to working with folks who are experiencing homelessness on our streets. So some information I got from our community services department is that the total, the three C3 teams, right? So if we get to 3, could serve approximately 350 unduplicated individuals. So I don't know if I would necessarily divide that by 3, but that gives you a sense of the magnitude of the work that they can do. In terms of how you evaluate that, I mean, that's up to each individual person. Certainly, any individual that we can touch and connect to services or housing is absolutely what we should be focused on. Whether or not it's the quantity, I defer to others to, pass judgment.
Well, and I think it's not only quantity, it's also repetition. And it's also making sure that residents don't bear the burden of calling 311 or 911 because nobody's seen that homeless person. I worked with a homeless...
Okay. Questions, please. You can make comments later.
Yeah. But working with homeless people, they need to have someone see them. Can we, if we need to, can we strip $250,000 to $300,000 from already allotted programs in our budget to switch to and add one more team in the city to provide more help to those in need?
So we would need, if we want to add another C3 team, we would need another $460,000, and then I think we can go through.
With the people concerned, there are other ways to do that.
Correct. So
as you know,
whatever resources council want to allocate, I think we would just need to work with everyone now on the dais to figure out what are the programs you want to reallocate money from to identify that funding.
Okay. And the last thing, which I echo many residents about, is public safety. And I am gratified that Santa Monica Police Department, under the great leadership of Chief Batista, has been making real progress in trying to restore our city to safety. But we still have numerous complaints and comments from people walking our streets who get assaulted, from restaurants who don't feel the streets that they're located on are safe. And I think in this city at this time, that needs to be a huge priority. So my question is, what else can we do? I know we have many things coming, and maybe City Manager White, you might want to reiterate the things that we've added to our budget for public safety first, and then go from there.
So I'll be a little bit long-winded in this because I think it's important for everyone to really understand sort of really the consistent and persistent focus we've had on public safety over an extended period of time. And where I would start that conversation really goes back to last year when there was a lot of conversation, particularly in the end of 2021 and beginning of 2022, about the pier, right? And so there was a lot of concerns about the issues surrounding the pier and the beach areas. And so that really culminated in that multi-department or interdisciplinary team coming together, police department, code enforcement, fire department, and their work was really focused on addressing issues at the regarding vending. What we always knew is that if that model was successful, that we would hope, right, that that team would be able to expand their work. And that's proven to be true. So now that team is working very much on the beach bike path. They work very much in our three major public spaces in the downtown area, Reed Park, Tongva Park, Palisades Park, and they support our downtown services unit and patrol operations and conducting special operations in and around the downtown area. In addition to that, I really want to give the police chief credit and the police department credit going back to April of last year when we were very present and heard about concerns regarding safety issues in the downtown area. So the department redeployed their staffing, right, took from other assignments and brought folks into downtown to help support, right, the work of providing a heightened level of presence throughout the downtown area. We also heard concerns about issues around the security company that we had working in our garages. So we went out, we solicited bids for new security companies, and that company is now Good Guard, and we have not only brought them on board, but we've expanded the work that they do. We went from 2 guards, we're now up to 4, and they're more proactively working throughout downtown parking garages. Another area that we were keenly focused on was ensuring that we were an attractive place to recruit officers to our department. So for us, right, we went through labor negotiations. I think we ended up in a very positive situation regarding our labor negotiations to ensure that our officers are compensated well in the context of the region. And I think that's been a really positive driver that we've been able to hire 45 police officers over the course of the past 2 years. And we're going to have another swearing-in ceremony tomorrow to welcome additional police officers to the force. So really excited and happy about that. But there's more. So one of the things that we're wrapping up right now is a pilot program where we have brought in a technology platform called NetWatch that is actually deployed at our main library where we've had concerns about public safety issues. And that service is really a live video service or camera service that is responding to incidents that could be of public safety nature around that library. And we have seen, and we've shared, I know I've shared this with the council, is we've seen a significant decline in incidents resulting from this technology. So we're going to be evaluating what we should do next with this technology, if we should continue to use it, deploy it, et cetera. And so once we come to conclusions about that, we'll present those recommendations to City Council as well. And then we get to this budget cycle. So, right, we knew, right, last year, and we presented to the council that we knew we didn't have the resources in place to expand our work around public safety because of our difficult budget situation, particularly addressing some of the liabilities that we've experienced. So we brought forward to the council last year in June a tax, transit occupancy tax, to identify resources to focus on public safety issues and our work to address homelessness. Council unanimously supported that tax, and the community overwhelmingly supported that tax. And so we quickly brought forward to you at the workshop in March, because we didn't want to sit on this resource, a whole plethora of recommendations about how to expand and broaden and deepen our work around public safety. And that culminates with the budget recommendations for you to police officers, continuing to support our directed action response team that I talked about earlier that started with the pier, maintaining resources to have security at the pier, maintaining resources to provide an increased level of security in our parking garages. And so that's just a high-level summary of what we've been doing and what we're trying to continue to advance in the context of this budget, because we're very centered on the important role of providing for a clean and safe community to support our economic recovery.
Thank you so much for that. A comment, not a comment, a question directly related to that. As is the Directed Action Response Team, are they fully staffed? Do they need more staff? And from any of the disciplines that cooperate in that?
So I think within the context of how they are staffed, they're all staffed on overtime assignments, and we've been able to fill those overtime assignments as far as I've been able to understand. So I'm not seeing anyone nod in the back, so that's good. So they are staffed for the work that we're asking them to do.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, thank you very much, David, for City Manager White, for your very detailed explanation on how we're approaching public safety. I want to I want to ask you a question regarding equity. So, one of our budget priorities and our pillars is racial justice and also equity and social diversity. And so I wanted, just like you did for public safety, which is a very robust plan on public safety, looking at it at the budget from the lens of racial justice, equity, and social diversity, what can we explain to our residents in regards to that lens and that pillar, and what are some of the highlights in this budget that we can feel very proud about?
So from my perspective, Councilmember De La Torre, and I never know where to look when someone's on the phone, so I apologize. I think there's a number of things that we can take a lot of pride and credit in the context of this budget. So first and foremost, the library that was the most opened going into last year and continues to be very much the most opened is our Pico Branch Library, which I think is a strong statement around equity, most definitely. And then I think we can talk specifically about a number of items that we are asking for restorations that serve our youth, particularly at Virginia Avenue Park. There's a number of items within this budget, for example, the Teen Center, that folks have been asking for restorations that are part of this budget to come back to life. In addition to that, one of the things that we're asking for, and I'm providing a high level on this, is asking council, and we've talked about this in previous discussions, is to help support allocating resources from the out-of-home advertising program, the digital kiosk program, so that we can align or save or set aside resources to support our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, particularly as we continue to build out that program, and we'll be talking more about that with council on July 18th. So that's just a high level. There's additional capital improvements that we're doing, particularly centered at Virginia Avenue Park, around supporting the community kitchen, supporting the basketball courts, and all these resources are designed to be placed and allocated towards portions of our community where equity is front and center.
Great. Thank you very much for that response. Going to the issue of homelessness, regarding the homelessness strategic plan, and so maybe Anuj can help answer questions here. Anuj, regarding the approach on regional, regional services to address homelessness. There's been comments made by members of the public, and I've heard this, that Santa Monica has been leading sort of the charge in the region in providing services, for homelessness prevention, affordable housing, but also various other services, outreach and so forth. And some have stated that, we're doing more than our fair share, and other cities are not. And so one question that I have is, what is the approach to ensure, number one, are we with this contract, are we assessing the regional response at all? Is that one of the I guess an approach that we'll be looking at is an assessment of the regional response so that we know what every other city in the region is doing, especially on the west side?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, an assessment of regional investments on homelessness. I mean, it's something that certainly our staff is already deeply well versed in. I think the fair share arguments are something that we sort of consistently make in our advocacy at regional tables, such as the COG, which of course you're a representative of, along with the county and the state. But absolutely, that'll be a component of the strategic plan as well.
Okay, great. And one question also regarding the annual homelessness point and time count. Is it true that we do not ask individuals that are homeless in our city what city they came from?
As part of the homeless point in time count, we don't volunteers who participate in the count don't interact with the people experiencing homelessness that are counted. That's not part of the protocol.
Okay, so there's no way of knowing, for example, the sending communities, in terms of like tracking, like we talk about metrics, like there's no way that we know if most people are coming from the Southwest or from the East Coast or from, Northern California, for example.
So, Councilmember, with regards to the point in time count, I would say no, but I do know that, and Danielle may want to jump in here, we do work with LAHSA, for example, does conduct periodic surveys of people experiencing homelessness that ask for their city of origin. I think it's part of what our outreach teams also do in their regular interactions. And then just incidentally on this topic, I would also point out over the last week, there was a UCSF Benioff study that really focused on origins, this exact issue. And I think the kind of perception that there is sort of, exporting or a high degree of migration, I suppose. And in fact, I think up to 3/4 or more of people experiencing homelessness in California are native to California, native to the communities in which they are experiencing homelessness. So I think, I don't know how that tracks specifically breaking down to Santa Monica, but I think that's sort of the most recent evidence-based assessment of that issue that we have.
What do you think would need to happen in order for the city of Santa Monica to get a more detailed sort of point in time count of its homelessness population?
Well, I'll jump in there, Councilman. I think if the question is, what do we need to do to get, sort of a demographic understanding, I think what we'd have to do, and I would want to talk to the community services team, is about thinking about, how we would contract for those resources and come back with a cost estimate, because it would be it would be an endeavor that would take resources, and we would definitely need support in doing it. I don't have an idea of what it would cost, but I know we couldn't do it internally. And do you want to comment, Danielle?
That type of work is done. It's usually done. LAHSA has contracted to have it done. Research organizations will do it. We would bring in experts who could develop a survey methodology, who could deploy teams to the field at different times in different places so that we'd have a representative sample. So it would be a pretty significant endeavor to do a demographic survey.
Okay, but one thing that we do know that it is possible that other jurisdictions are conducting that type of work, and I think it would be very important, for us to see how we might, within the contract, for the homelessness strategic plan, for us to consider those types of questions. But the other question I have is regarding the Salvation Army, the support for 311. How will this work? Like, what can residents expect? When they make a call, what is the responsiveness? How will this meet resident expectations?
So it'll be a work in progress, because this will be a new resource that we're deploying. But the idea will be that when we receive 311 concerns from members of the community, that they will be triaged by our police department to ensure safety. And if they are confident that it's a safe environment, then my understanding is they will ask the Salvation Army to go out and respond to that individual experiencing homelessness, to hopefully connect them with services or housing, whatever resources they can offer, or to connect them with other services or our help team if specific other mental health evaluations are needed, or et cetera. So that's in concept how it's going to work. It's certainly going to evolve over time. And where it came from was a partnership that really formed over the past, I would say, 6 months, where our police department worked with the Salvation Army, particularly in some of our public spaces, for example, Tongva Park, where they were working with them to help work with folks that were in the park itself.
Okay, thank you. And then just in terms of the Human Services Grants Program, I know that we've been pushing hard. Many of my colleagues on the council have been pushing very hard for funding conditions that will ensure more accountability and more transparency on the service outcomes and outputs of all grantees, especially in the area of homelessness. Are those funding conditions already? Will they be ready to go? I mean, will those types of funding conditions be included in the as we sign MOUs with the various grantees?
We're in the process of negotiating contracts for the next fiscal year, and we took council's direction from May 9th, and we heard what you were interested in seeing in the funding conditions, and those have been included. So we understand the importance of metrics, and I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do believe, Councilmember, you made a suggestion that we have incorporated into the funding conditions about reporting.
Okay. Well, great. Well, thank you very much, for that. And that is all I have. Thank you. Thank you for the information.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Well, I'm not going to belabor any of the items that have already been addressed, so I'm just left with a couple, and I don't know who would come up here, but it's relating to potentially parklets. I just have a couple questions. I noticed there's like parking meter removal fees and parking head removal fees that are new, and I assume that that's because of the parklets that are now there. I don't know who would answer this question.
Is the question about the?
Well, I'm just curious, like who pays those fees? Is it the restaurants that are putting the parklets there? How were they paid for before? And the same goes for like the abandoned newsstands.
Hey, I'm Zach Pollard, the parking manager. Yeah, we previously did not have a fee for removing meters or meter poles, and that's why we added that in this one. Was that in?
Right, and so I imagine it's because we're removing them now because of parklets that are in place, correct?
Yes, for parklets or construction areas, but mainly for the parklets, yeah.
So if a parklet is being put up, is it the business that pays for it that's putting up the parklet at first? And then if somebody doesn't use the parklet in the future, who pays to put the meter back up?
Yeah, the business restaurant would pay the fee, and then the fee would cover being able to put it back in later.
Okay, because there's two separate fees. And then this may or may not be for you, but the same question just applied to, I see there's a lot of abandoned newsstands that have graffiti, they're like smashed in, bent over. Who pays for that removal? I see there's like a new fee for that too.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with, I don't work with the newsstand removals.
Rick, do you want to cover that? Because I know that.
And I'm asking because, as a small businesses sometimes struggle with all these fees, with the wastewater fees per seat. There's small local establishments that have had to get rid of 4 to 5 seats because it would cost them nearly $7,000 to have them out front. I know specifically on Montana, the spot breakfast that a lot of us enjoy going to no longer can afford to have the sprinkling of seats outside. And so all these fees start to add up because we already kind of went over the fees to have a parklet, and now there's these little additional fees that for small businesses can really impact them.
So removal of newsstands, that's really up to the publisher of the publication, basically.
But if they're bent over, destroyed, they have graffiti, and they're in the way.
That's the responsibility of the publication.
So do we force them to remove it and pay that fee now?
That's correct. If they don't respond, we confiscate the newsstand. There's a process to hold on to it for a period of
Yeah, we impound
30
it.
days. We impound it, correct, for about 30 days, and then if they don't pick it up, we dispose of it.
Okay, and then the other question was, I know the fees for the parklet fees, which I got this answer during the meeting, increased from $75 upwards to $500, and those are the fees assessed based on people not being compliant, I imagine, right? Everybody's coming out for that one.
Hello,
Hi.
Daniel Mick, Code Enforcement Manager. The fine increases for the parklets is really just trying to bring the parklets to the same level that any other business operates. If you operate a business without a business license, it's a $500 fine. If you operate a parklet without a license or a permit, right now it's a $75 fine. We're just trying to bring that, make it equal across the board. Put a news rack without a permit, it's $500 fine. So it's just trying to make it even across the board. That's all it is.
Are we notifying, again, I'm just thinking from a small business mind, these businesses that are, maybe trying to get current? Okay. And because from what I heard when I was being, pushing back on a lot of these parklet fees was that everybody's in compliance. It's not that big of a deal. And now I'm hearing that we need to raise it 400% to match the other fees because there are people who are not compliant.
Correct. And these are businesses that we've been working with for at least 6 months, trying to bring them in. And for whatever reason, there just isn't enough incentive to get them in here to take care of it.
Okay. And then the last question I have, it's not a new fee per se, but the workplace transportation plans, who would that be? The fee that businesses pay per employee? Everybody asked all the other questions, so I'm going to stick with all the small business questions.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, members of the council, Ed King, DOT.
So the workplace transportation fee, can you just explain a little bit of what that is? Businesses pay based on the size of their company, whether it's 10 to 49 employees or 49 and above.
Right.
And it's per employee. Can you just explain a little bit about what that is?
Sure. It's a fee the city charges to ensure that businesses are doing everything they can to eliminate one-person automobile trips. So it incentivizes the employer and their employees to take public transportation, ride a bike, buy a TAP card, and have a program with the TDM program that the city sponsors.
But how does it incentivize them if they're paying per employee just to tell their employees how to get to work more efficiently?
The employee gets free transportation. That's how they are incentivized.
So the employer pays per person?
Yes.
To tell their employees how to get to work more efficiently or using public transportation, and in turn, the employees of that establishment get free transportation.
The employee gets the benefit, correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that because it's unclear within the business community. I think that it's, for some, maybe that are under 500 employees, it's not as clear how that works.
Okay. We're happy to re-communicate that
Yeah.
to the smaller employers.
And that they actually get whatever it is needed to travel to work and not have to pay, because that's also something that's been brought up.
Thanks.
And I already asked that. And that's it. Yep, that's it.
All right, then we're going to go to public comments on this item. As before, I will call a few names. I will ask the folks whose names I call to line up against the wall to your left. And we know you're speaking on item 12, but please do identify yourself, particularly since we do have Councilmember De La Torre participating by phone, so he knows who is speaking. The first few names I'm going to call are Derek Devermont, Dr. Anna Rogers, Denise Barton, and Lucky Basseri.
And then, Mayor, can I just give one correction for the record?
Of course.
Changing with staff. So just before we go into public comment deliberations, I just want to confirm that for the additional hour for the LSO, it'd be $1,300 for the entire year. So I just want to confirm that.
At one library.
Yes,
the
at one
Montana Branch
library for
Library.
3 meetings.
Okay.
It's $1,300 for the year. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Mr. Devermont, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Derek Devermont, Chair of the PSROC. Thank you all. First, I want to thank you all for taking up this budget. I'm sure it's not easy. I expect this might be another late night. Public service is not easy. Local government is even harder, and especially when you're near a volunteer to do it. So thank you for that. The PSROC met yesterday in a special meeting, and we voted to approve a recommendation to council that you fund for this upcoming budget or this budget period the previously recommended Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu program for Santa Monica Police Department. We previously unanimously voted and recommended it to this council. We unanimously voted again that council take it up in this budget. For those, just as a refresher, that entities that have taken up these types of programs in other law enforcement agencies, including Santa Ana PD, Manhattan PD, El Segundo PD, Hermosa PD, Beverly Hills PD, Pasadena PD, and specifically one out of Marietta, Georgia. Data has shown that entities that have taken this up showed a 48% reduction in officer injuries. 100% of the injuries that did occur were those that chose not to take part in the program. A 23% reduction in taser deployments, 53% reduction in suspect injuries, 0 excessive force allegations since the inception of the program, and a reduction in workers' comp claims resulted in a surplus of $66,752. The commission highly recommends and has voted to encourage you that you have this funded. I once again please encourage you.
Thank you, Mr. Devermont. Dr. Anna Rogers.
Dr. Anna Rogers. 2 positions tonight. What should happen and what must not happen. We must allocate funding for at least 8 public service officers. These are they're force multipliers. They're badly needed eyes and ears. They can relieve more of our officers so they can patrol east of Lincoln, the Promenade, and Ocean Avenue. We must also allocate funding for more police officers and to keep adding to the technology base and support for our department. Even at full staff, we are at least 50 officers short. The chief has verified this information, along with the fact that crime is up significantly at 14%. We can stop this dangerous progression. What we cannot do is create even more position, homeless liaison teams, people paid 6-figure salaries who only need to work Monday through Friday. Crime stops on evenings and weekends, most likely not. We can easily partner with organizations such as the Salvation Army Street Outreach Teams, which work 24/7. They turn no one away, and they have the compassion experience, are solution-oriented, and don't cost 6 figures per person. Bottom line, we are out of time in terms of our safety. We will see tonight who prioritizes the safety and quality of life of residents, workers, business owners, and tourists, and who prioritizes the damaging agenda of political organizations and their special interest corporate donors. Because tonight you must choose. This is not the time for public servants to behave as ethically impotent, greed-oriented monarchs, as we discussed at the last meeting, that are profitable for their donors but deadly for actual residents. Everyone is right.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Ms. Barton.
Good evening. On item 12A, the budget, I do have to question your accounting practices due to there being a lot of fund and balance forwarding in tonight's budget. Although I do have to question if the funds are being shuffled to other city accounts to make them look like they have more money in them than they really do. David White, wasn't those some of your accounting practices in Fairfield, California, when you were the city manager there? And was that the reason your job was demoted from city manager of Fairfield to deputy city manager in Berkeley? Next, regarding the federal violation of making the loan to the general fund from the airport fund. Wasn't there said to be a payment plan associated with that? Because I see nothing to reflect that in the budget or the staff report. And is spending money before you have it a good practice, as in the case of the opioid settlement fund? Then there's Gleam Davis's slick action of including unspent 22-23 individual council member travel budget funds in the council discretionary funds, when the reappropriation of the travel funds does not come up until item 16C tonight. Again, why wouldn't funds like these not go to or directly to the police department to make the city less unsafe? But no, you think these are your personal funds and not taxpayer funds to be put in your slush fund for your special interests. Finally, your strategic plan for the homelessness. Just so that everyone understands, there is no strategic plan for the homeless. So our city council tells us it's under control and that you just need to spend more money on it to get the same or worse results than what we're living with now. So with the timeline, this can be seen in the staff report being not to have a strategic plan for the homelessness in operation until 2025. What does that say, considering you declared the homeless situation in the city an emergency recently? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Lucky Basseri, and then Madam Clerk, I see Ms. McLaughlin twice. I'm assuming
That was probably an error.
all right, so after Mr. Basseri, Janet McLaughlin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lucky Basseri, and I'm a Samo High student. Now, growing up, I was always taught that government was here to keep us safe, and in fact, it even says so in the United States Constitution. But I'm here today because, unfortunately, this city has not fulfilled that commitment. And now, as many of you know, SMUC has just let out on summer break, and unfortunately, I do not feel safe going out and hanging out with my friends out and about in the city, in the parks, in the and at the beach. Sorry, and I don't feel safe because, frankly, I believe that I know there's a high possibility I could be attacked or chased by a dangerous person, and I think that needs to change. And I see this is a budget. This is where we can make that change. And so I highly suggest that everyone on this council recognizes the importance of public safety and thinks about it when you're finalizing this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basseri. Ms. McLaughlin?
Honorable Council, my name is Janet McLaughlin. I have just 2 points to make. All the surveys from the past couple of years that you've commissioned show that residents overwhelmingly have one priority in mind in how the city budget should be spent, and that is public safety. Please remember that as you finalize your budget. I appreciate that the city staff has worked so hard to make all the monetary pieces fit, but please keep it in mind that residents' lives and well-being should be first and foremost in your decision-making process. The second point is money, or the lack thereof, that the city is experiencing. A large part of this is the drop in international tourism. My friend's mother was coming from Ireland to visit. In the airport, their TSA equivalent asked where she was going. Santa Monica, she said. Oh, you have to be very careful there now, the guard told her. Santa Monica is not what it used to be. It's become a very dangerous place. We've all heard these anecdotes. People are not coming here because of what they're hearing and what they're reading in their papers. The London Daily Mail has had a field day with crime stories from Santa Monica. Regardless of what you think of them, they are the #1 most widely read paper in the world. Even tourist websites are reporting horror stories. When our reputation takes a hit, so do our finances. And crime is having a terrible impact on local businesses. So many stores have closed on the promenade due to safety issues that our tax revenues are down by half. Just adding a few more police officers and or technology and or security guards is going to pay for itself many times over in the next few years, if you can find any discretionary funds, that is. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is our final speaker. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct.
All right, so we will now be going to discussion. Before we begin the discussion, I want to remind everyone of the ground rules about discussion. We have a budget before us. It is a balanced budget. We cannot deficit spend. And therefore, should anyone desire to add items to the budget, they will have to identify what items in the budget they want to cut to fund those additions. So those are the rules of the game with the necessity of a balanced budget. Oh, Councilmember Torres, I know that your name keeps popping up, so.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Davis. I'd actually like to make a motion that we approve and adopt the biennial budget.
Okay, and would that be items 1, 2, and 3 on the recommended actions?
Yes.
All right.
Second.
All right, motion by Torosis, seconded by Zwick. All right, we will now engage in a discussion of the pending motion. Does anyone want to hop in the queue? Councilmember Brock.
So, I guess we have to offer amendments since you beat us to everything. First amendment would be to fund the $1,300 to keep the Montana Branch Library open for the neighborhood groups. That's 3 meetings per month in total.
And
we could remove that money, if I could only read this. We could remove this money from the city manager's discretionary budget, which rose from $67,000 to 800 and some odd thousand this year, I believe.
I don't think that's right, but maybe City Manager White, you want to address that? I think
I'd
that's...
actually like the finance director to help me out with this one because I'm not. Okay.
Would we be able?
Do you know what you're looking at?
They're sharing.
Yes.
Okay.
And I thought my eyes were better than they are, but it's the top. I have a whole flow chart of potential cuts or savings that we could make. So,
I mean, I would say that's
No, he's talking about the city manager's discretion.
not our discretionary.
Not our You aren't talking about the council discretionary
no,
funds.
I'm not.
I'm just not clear. I'm just not clear where that is. So I'm.
Can you read any of it or not?
Okay.
Professional services, city manager. I don't care, and to be clear, I don't necessarily care where the 1,300 comes from. Maybe it comes from our discretionary fund, since we're adding the travel allotment from the extra travel allotment to it.
No, you don't get to say you don't care. You have to tell us where you want it to come from so we can all evaluate what we're balancing here.
All right. Council discretionary funds for 1,300. Maybe
Okay, so-
that'll make it easier. Yeah, let me show this.
I defer to that discussion happening there. I don't know. It sounds like she's coming up with something. Oh my gosh, that's a very expensive spreadsheet.
So would, huh?
Is it possible that the community partnerships person in your office could look to bring in additional money to the city to fund that in the next year?
So knowing this was likely to be discussed in the moment, I did reach out to the library, so they will absorb this cost. It's $1,300 in their budget, so they'll attempt to absorb. But I just want to be clear on what the effect is. It's not keeping the library open; it's just paying for an LSO
Exactly.
to work on overtime. The library will close at 8 o'clock. I just want to make sure that part is still
That's
clear.
very clear to me.
Okay.
All right, so,
We don't need, I can withdraw
So
that then. It's
salary
already taken
savings or
care of.
something.
so there doesn't need to be a friendly
Okay.
amendment. That can just,
Correct.
great. All right.
Public safety. I know that our city police department feels that it's under control. Residents still feel there are issues. Businesses still feel there are issues. So whether it be public service officers, additional private security forces from either Good Guard or Covered 6 downtown, in addition to the parking lot coverage, we should make an attempt to provide at least weekend nights coverage of some types in Palisades Park between Colorado and California, and in Ocean Avenue, et cetera, because that would also free police officers to take on more urgent matters around the city. And it's not only about downtown, it has to be how we cover the entire city to make sure that the other thefts aren't happening as well. So I know we're all emphasizing downtown Santa Monica. I've seen downtown Santa Monica get much, much better over the last couple of months. And I've seen the beachfront get much better as well. So, but I still think we can do more, and I think we need to find the resources to answer to our constituents who want an increased emphasis. We declared an emergency on homelessness, but that also has to do with public safety throughout the city. So I'd like to move.
Is there an amendment?
Yeah, it's a proposed friendly amendment.
That we allocate, and I can look through this chart again, find other money, but that we allocate more money to our police department, and I leave it open as to how they would use it. In other words, it could either be for technology or officers in the field, but I'd like to allocate $500,000.
Is Chief Batista available to answer a question?
He sure is, but
What did I say?
she just wants Chief Batista to come up and answer some questions, and she has to decide if the motion is friendly. But again, rules of the game, where do you propose to get the $500,000 from?
Well, if I could read my chart, I can give, I'll present to the city manager this chart, which shows potential savings. And
Well, but we
different
all need to
departments.
hear it, because
No,
we
I
all
know
have to
that,
vote on it.
But I literally can't read my damn chart. So I apologize, because I guess in the last hour I got old. I know I was already old, people, but I really am not able to read this properly.
All right, well, in the
So
meantime.
I'll come back to the friendly amendment.
I would just,
Why don't we do that?
Well,
it's hard to evaluate if we don't know what the trade-off is.
Exactly. That is the point of this, is we're being asked to make trade-offs. Does your question of Chief Batista require you to know what it is that's on his chart? Or do
No,
you-
I mean, I think,
Chief Batista,
regardless
could
of what
you
the trade-off
come up? I
is-
think Councilmember Terosas has a question relating to whether or not this may or may not be a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Hi, so sorry. Do you, so obviously in the budget that was transmitted to us, that incorporates the needs and desires of your department, balancing the needs of the city, correct?
Correct.
Do you feel that you need an additional $500,000 for indeterminate things?
For indeterminate
Well,
things?
Phil's saying for whatever he would allocate it towards.
Now, let me be more specific.
Okay.
In this, it's not that it's indeterminate, it's ways to make our city safer. So if there's some avenue that the chief could use, I had suggested last week 8 additional public safety officers, which equaled about $880,000. I realize that may not be a good fix, a good use of funds, but at the same time, I'm concerned that the people in our city, knowing that 911 calls are dropping, knowing that it's getting much better, but what can we do, either in terms of downtown, whether it's private security, public security, what can we do to make that situation better, A, and then B, free more officers for patrol in other areas of the city.
With $500,000. I mean,
Look, it could be 200,000. Is there, I mean, well, no, wait. So the 880,000 is what I knew 8 PSOs would cost. I know that oh, thank you. That would have been awesome. Magnifying glass. I could be Sherlock Holmes. The real situation, what I'm concerned about, is in response to our constituents, in response to our residents, how do we add more? Or, at this point, are we content until the next budget cycle? Talk to me.
Well, Councilmember Brock, I'm sorry. We have to adopt a budget tonight.
I know
And
that.
No, well, let me finish. I let you finish. Let me finish. I want the police chief to answer specific questions. What would you do with X? But just tell it, an open-ended question of what would you do?
What would you do with $500,000 if we could provide that in the budget?
Okay, so we have a lot of needs there throughout the city. Public safety is but one of those pillars of foundations that make a community amazing. I'll tell you that from my position now and where I look at what we've been budgeted for the coming cycle and with the technologies that we're looking to implement. For example, the drone program that can respond to a call way quicker than a police officer can. The mobile camera systems that we can deploy in areas such as Palisades Park. The NetWatch system, which has proven so far in the last 5-6 weeks to show a decrease in the amount of activity around the main library. These are all, I think, technologies that are affordable in the sense that it doesn't require hundreds of thousands of dollars in the instant to apply. We've got mobile cameras that are on the way from this year's budget, and we're exploring how we can leverage NetWatch going forward. So I believe that what we've been budgeted so far and the way that we've been given the opportunity to use overtime in order to address these pressing hotspots of crime has helped us to get to a point where we are receiving fewer 911 calls for service. That, in addition to the officers' proactive activity and increase in arrests of criminals, is leading to what I see is a decrease in those calls. We're still experiencing about a 7% increase in Part 1 crimes. That is down from a high of 14%, 17% in or about March of this year. So we peaked, but we came down and stabilized now 7%, half of that, in Part 1 crimes. And Part 1 crimes are the most serious crimes in the city. I hope that helps.
And just to follow up, how many, when we approve this budget, just refresh our recollection, if we approve the budget as is, how many vacancies will you have in the police department? And for sworn officers, my apologies.
So at this point, we're actually getting pretty close to our number of 221. We're getting close to about 218. So the added flexibility of having 6-7 new added positions will give us a little bit more latitude, but we're making a lot of progress in filling those slots.
Right.
So,
But don't you anticipate a significant amount of retirements this year?
and in addition to that, we're expecting anywhere from 42 to 52 retirements in the next 24 months.
Okay. So it sounds like we've put forward a balanced budget that serves the needs of the police department currently. We have to obviously recruit additional officers to fill the vacancies. And we will also potentially be deploying, not potentially, we will be deploying the multidisciplinary outreach team, which has yet to be deployed. Is that correct? The additional multidisciplinary outreach team as approved in this budget.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any more questions for Chief.
Okay, well,
do you have
I think there may be more questions for you, Chief, but
Not right
I'm
now.
trying to keep order up here, so we're not going to.
Well, I want to respond to his amendment.
Well, before you respond to him, I think you need to know what you're responding to. So, Councilmember Brock, in light of this conversation, what is your proposed friendly amendment, if any?
If the chief feels that his department right now is in good shape, then I'll withdraw my request.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere, Chief. I suspect there may be, you can go sit. You don't have to stand there. I apologize. Go sit. No, just don't leave. Right. I think there may be more questions, but I'm trying to be organized up here and make sure everyone's got a fair crack. Councilmember Brock, you still have the floor.
If I cede any further time, I may come back with another question.
All right. Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. No, so I just wanted to make a comment. So I'm glad to hear, that the chief, at this point in time, is comfortable with where he is and where we are and with the progress that we've made thus far and with the technology that's coming. But I just wanted to openly say that on the dais that, he's got my full support, and that I am openly willing to give everything and anything to support his effort and to keep our community safe, because I am concerned, as everybody here is. I hear you, everybody that's come here today and the last few weeks, and I hear the concerns. They are valid concerns. I acknowledge your concerns. I am not hiding from them. I am talking to you. I hear you. I see you. I'm responding to you. And so I want you to know that we have these conversations all the time. And every time that I hear from you, I get your emails, I turn around and I'm having conversations with our city staff and sharing them and really having open and honest conversations about what we can do to make everybody feel safe and to recover and to do everything and anything that we can. We all share, I think that I speak for everybody, but I think we all share your concerns. So, and if anything changes, I know I personally have told the chief that if anything changes, if he needs additional support, additional resources, I will be the first one to ask to call an emergency meeting to say we need to stop what we're doing and do anything we can and give him what he needs. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that and to thank the chief and all the officers for doing all that they are doing to keep us safe. And we need to do everything that we can to continue the work. And I also want to tell our community to continue to call. You see something, you call 911. Do not stop calling, because we need to know where the problem areas are in our city. Sometimes it may take a little bit for us to get there, but call. We will be there. So thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Okay, I just wanted to make my comments now that this has been so difficult. As previous councils have had much more money to work with, we are working with a budget that is so tight, given light of everything the community is aware of, from lawsuits to loss in staff and money, post-pandemic issues and whatnot. I just want to point out that I trust that the leaders of the different departments, including our police chief, came forward to us with a budget and a request, given those same constraints of what they needed, and we responded to that. I hear the community. I walk. I have kids in the community. I'm a small business owner that puts up with everything from robberies to human feces in front of my place of business and my home. I experience the same things that everyone is complaining about. I do want to point something out. I do think it's great that you're coming to our city council and you're being vocal about your concerns, and I think it's important to do so. I also hope that those same concerns are being brought up at the metro meetings, at our county meetings, and at other entities that are outside of this jurisdiction where we don't have any control of some of the things that are going on in our city. And I want to point out that our police department was not always supported by the same community who is crying out now for more police. Let me repeat that. This police department has not always been supported by the same community who's now asking for more police. So while we sit with that for a minute, please know that they are doing everything and responding in a climate that's very different. They've become social service representatives. They are dealing with everything from homelessness to psychosis on our streets, on top of crime and drugs. So I want us all to be aware that with limited staff, we are doing the best we can. I am on the promenade at least 3 times a week. I am in Palisades Park. I'm downtown. I am out in the wee hours of the morning. I do multiple ride-alongs with whether it be public service officers, whether it be police or public works. I see the city for what it was a year ago and for what it is today. And I know a lot of us are up here complaining, myself too, but we have to also give thanks and give appreciation and take notice when our police department and our public works is working hard and making a difference, because they are. It is cleaner. The police are on foot in our downtown services unit on the promenade. That is something new. And I want to point out that our public service officers are different from our police, our PD officers, right? So public service officers, the issue was around the promenade. We weren't seeing people on foot. Well, now we have a downtown services unit with Santa Monica Police Department officers, not public service officers, actually sworn officers, on foot, up and down. When I used to work on the promenade at Lucky Brown 20 plus years ago, they would come in and say hi. We have come back to that within just the last few weeks. The DART team is in their vehicle on the promenade, up and down Palisades Park, mitigating crime way outside just the pier area. So I'm not sure how many of us are actually visiting these places on a day-to-day basis, but those of us up here on City Council are making an effort to go out on foot. We get a lot of emails, and I get pictures sometimes that aren't even depicting things that are happening here. However, I'm not discrediting that these things are not happening. They're happening not only in Santa Monica, they're happening everywhere. But we are making a difference. It might be small, and it might be small steps right now, but we are going in the right direction. And I think the way to inspire and encourage everybody from not just our police department, our public service workers, our public works department who are cleaning up late at night, our fire department who are first responders to a lot of these calls that we're talking about from 311, we need to also recognize that they're working overtime. Our police department's working force hire overtime, meaning they don't have a choice, and they're addressing the needs the best they can. So while it would be nice to find $500,000, and quite frankly, I would look to the chief to decide whether that means PSOs. I would not want to deliberate up here. I do not have the credentials to decide how to, protect and serve a community the way the chief does with his experience. I would look to him to say whether that's, more sworn officers or PSOs or technology. I do think that, with what is that pilot NetWatch, that we don't know what the cost is of that yet. I hope that with innovative technology like NetWatch, once we figure out what the cost of that is, that we can continue the pilot program, and with the loss of some of our potential retirees, that we can get to a place where between technology and what we have with this constrained budget, we can still meet the needs of the community and see a difference. But I do think we need to be realistic with ourselves. I spend a lot of time in Watts, Compton, Inglewood, and other parts of the community, Culver City. I have a business there as well. And I get it. I hear it. Everyone is experiencing this. But we have tried the best we can to serve our community in a multitude of ways. We put money back in CREST. To me, that serves public safety. It's the safety of our children. They need somewhere to go. The most vulnerable kids often rely on those free and low-cost programs. They don't have to walk to it. They can stay on campus. I'm very proud that we were able to move that money there. The position in the city manager's office is important to generate revenue. We were just talking about Reed Park. We really need to rely on our Arts Commission members, on the community, the wonderful community organizations that we have and the people who work in the arts that can maybe program that Reed Park. Maybe we look at the Miles Davis Foundation and we look to them to help us restore it to what it was before physically. I think we can be innovative, but we need that position in order to do it. So we've addressed that. And then we had a little bit of money left over, and it was $85,000. And sure, it was just a drop in the bucket. It's not going to hire a police officer. However, there's a long laundry list of things that the police department has that it's going towards. So I hope that if we have, everything from salary savings or surprise money that Gigi finds in the general fund, we will be able to allocate those things to public safety later on. And I think we are all unanimously up here for the most part saying public safety is first. Cleanliness is also a first. Our youth programs, keeping our young people safe, and economic recovery is a priority. And for the first time, I feel like a full council can agree on those things. We're not talking about housing tonight, so we won't go there, but this is one place where we agree. And so I hear the community's concerns, but I want you all to know this is not an easy job. It's not easy for staff. we're doing our best, and I think we've kind of hit all the important points tonight, and I hope we can approve this budget and move forward and see our community continue to get cleaner, continue to get safer, and more businesses opening their doors.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, Chief Batista, I have a question for our Chief of Police.
Okay, Councilmember De La Torre, can you just wait a minute? He needs to come up so he can speak into the mic so you can hear him. So just give us a second.
Yes, sure.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, he's here.
Okay, thank you. Chief Batista, thank you for your comments. It assures me, that you have what you need to keep this community safe, because I was willing to support any allocation that is made tonight to bolster, your resolve, and so that just needs to be stated. But one question I do have is in regards to the end-of-line support on Metro. I read reports that, the Metro Authority is looking at changing their contract to have more of an in-house public safety plan. And I have concerns about sort of the transition and where we are now. So can you please tell us, what can we expect? I mean, and really the question is, do we need more support, or do you feel that we'll be able to address the issue of, I heard anywhere between 60 to 70 people that are, being basically pushed out of, the subway, right? Onto the streets of Santa Monica with no support, no services, and I'm really concerned about that. I just want to make sure that you have been in communication with Metro authorities and that we have a plan to address that real issue of Metro releasing individuals at the end of the line in our city.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilmember De La Torre. I'll say that with respect to this year's budget, myself, like the rest of the department directors in our city, are going to be able to get through what we need to get through. I do look to the city and the future of our financing and our situation to improve, and therefore I definitely would want to see the strength of the department with respect to police officers and technology to improve with it in order for us to be able to keep up with things as we continue to grow. With respect to your questions about the Metro, I met with the security chief about 2 weeks ago, and I feel confident that the security chief understands the situation that we have in Santa Monica. We spent about an hour and a half in our meeting, and then she spent an additional hour and a half walking with our officer in the downtown area and examining the situation that we were describing with respect to the presence of LASD and their responsibilities. The things that the security chief talked about, I think, will be beneficial for all of us, but it's going to take some time. She is thinking about strategies and plans that will call for stricter enforcement of the tap card and ridership. But that's a double-edged sword, and so she's very conscientious of the fact that she doesn't want to have an enforcement policy that, for example, keeps people off the Metro but then doesn't allow for a way for them to get back on the Metro to make their way back to where they came from. And so it's a complicated matter, and she's looking at different ways of enforcing the end-of-line policy, where, for example, it won't all end in Santa Monica, but it will be staggered as the line begins to shut down towards the end of the night. She is talking about adding more mental health teams that would be in Santa Monica at the end-of-line arrival, so that folks that are arriving have some resources to turn to. And she is talking about adding additional ambassadors to the train line and our stops in particular, so that there's more monitoring of what's going on. But mostly, she understands the difficulty, I think, of dealing with 3 large bureaucracies in LAPD, Long Beach PD, and the Sheriff's Office. Our biggest ask at the moment is that the Sheriff's Office be present and accountable for the calls for service that come from the platform. Because as it stands today, more often than not, the Santa Monica Police Department responds to the care of victims on the platform, and then we have to wait for services from LASD to arrive. And sometimes those arrival times take so long that our officers end up taking the call and then handing over the investigation to LASD investigators for follow-up. And I hope that covers your questions about Metro. And yes,
Chief,
at the last meeting.
Hold on. So, Councilman De La Torre, I want to provide a little bit more of a overview of all that we're doing to address Metro, the underlying policy. So, the journey started for us, I want to say, back in the fall, winter of last year, when we heard that Long Beach was advancing conversations with Metro about the underlying policy. So, we reached out to them and expressed a concern and wanted assurance that Santa Monica would have a seat at the table. And so that's involved our Department of Transportation, our police department, and our community services department as well. We've had numerous conversations through our Department of Transportation with Metro on these very issues, and are also in conversations with Supervisor Horvath's office as well, and they're helping to facilitate discussions with Metro and trying to help us come up with solutions. And that's really what helped to bring together the chief and their head of security. And it's what's also helping to bring us together. In fact, this week we'll be meeting with Supervisor Horvath's office as well as Metro staff to talk about the variety of possible solutions to help support Santa Monica regarding the underlying policy. So that includes, as the chief mentioned, all the conversations occurring with the sheriff's department. It also talks about wanting to think about outreach services that can be proactively deployed. So it's a quite multidimensional conversation we're striving to have with both Supervisor Horvath's office and Metro to attack this issue head on. Go ahead.
That's all I have.
Okay, great. Well, just in another follow-up, I'm right now in Barcelona, Spain. And one thing that I noticed in their main, they have a main area here called Las Ramblas. It's sort of like equivalent to our promenade. There, on every block, there's police presence. Every block, and I'm talking about. It seems to me that it's almost like 24/7. Because 2, 3 in the morning, there's police presence, and I saw how they approached an individual that was, acting very erratic, looked like, there was mental illness, having, somewhat of an episode. And they approached it very professionally. They talked to the individual. They were talking for a while. They assessed, and then an ambulance came. The ambulance came and was able to, provide more support, more services, and get, seemed like they got the individual to the right place. One of the big concerns that we have in our city, and I think what really brings, a lot of, just a real threat is people that are suffering from mental illness that just, it's not their fault. They need support, they need services, and they're on our streets. What can we say in terms of this budget? There's a lot of funding that we're providing. I'd like to say that, from my experience, this is the most robust, probably the most amount of money that we're spending in terms of public safety and also services for the homeless. But what can our residents expect with that situation, with individuals that are, obviously struggling with mental illness, very vulnerable to themselves, probably not in a safe space, experiencing, a mental health breakdown, an episode that can endanger themselves or others. How are we addressing those situations within this budget? How do you feel? Do you feel comfortable that we have enough in this budget to address that dynamic of individuals in that condition in the public arena, in the public space?
Well, I don't know, Councilmember De La Torre, if we have enough to address the totality of what you're raising. What I can suggest, though, is that we have resources to bring forward new initiatives to do exactly what you're talking about. So that's definitely what's been very much front and center for us in wanting to partner with the county and bringing forward this therapeutic van, is to have a resource that can more directly and consistently respond to individuals who are suffering with mental health and behavioral health issues. But also, and the chief can certainly talk more about this, the context of our homeless liaison program team, that does respond to those types of calls and those types of individuals. They are embedded with mental health clinicians, so they can also be a value and a resource as well. But, as we unroll this pilot with the county, once they get it staffed, that will provide a really good opportunity for us to see the volume of work that they're actually receiving and whether or not that one resource is going to be enough or whether or not, we have to start thinking about expanding it.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, I'm prepared to provide, like I said, any support that we need, to strengthen our plan. But I do know that this budget, is not an end all. Like we will assess, finances and our financial condition. We have an opportunity to make adjustments as we go. So, as was stated by Councilwoman Negrete, public safety is more than just police. Good public education, right? After school programs, support for our youth. I mean, those are all things that we know lead to public safety. That's part of our public safety strategy here in the city of Santa Monica. So it's very important for us to understand that funding for beyond just police is also going to have an impact on public safety in the city of Santa Monica. And that's real important, I think, for everyone to understand. Look, we have our priorities. I think this budget reflects all of those priorities given the financial condition of our city. And I feel very confident that, we're going to continue to ensure that public safety is a priority, that addressing homelessness is a priority, and that by doing so, that economic recovery will be a reality. And I know that all of those pieces have to move forward for us to do everything else that we're trying to accomplish, in our city. So with that, I just, I want to offer one friendly amendment, which, at this point is not about money, but it's really about the homeless strategic plan. And I wanted to add sort of in the scope of services, I have language that I wrote. It's very simple. It would be just to further define sort of what we mean when we talk about a regional approach. And it's basically the language would read. I want to make a friendly amendment to the homeless strategic plan, and it would read leverage municipal funds and partnerships to expand regional services, ensuring that other cities do more to lessen the burden on the city of Santa Monica. So I'll read it one more time. It's leverage municipal funds and partnerships to expand regional services, ensuring other cities do more to lessen the burden on the city of Santa Monica. And I want to add that as a friendly amendment to the homelessness strategic plan.
Yeah, Councilmember De La Torre, this is Mayor Davis. We're actually just allocating money to do this. Would it meet your concerns? Because we're not really adopting the homeless strategic plan tonight, or even really giving direction at this point in time to our group, the Barry Dunn group that's going to be doing it. Would it meet your needs tonight if we gave direction to staff that as they engage with the Barry Dunn group, that they direct the Barry Dunn group as part of their work to look for ways to leverage local resources to ensure that all jurisdictions within the regions, because there are other jurisdictions other than municipalities, for example, are contributing to our efforts to try and reduce homelessness. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. My understanding is that the motion that was made includes the contract, right? The scope of services in the contract for the strategic plan, and I want to make sure that we're very specific in terms of, how we define sort of regional approach.
Your mic, there you
Sorry.
go.
The current motion, just to be precise, applies to the first 3 items of resolutions, and then what Councilmember De La Torre is referring to, I think, would be part of the second batch where we're actually approving the contract or giving us authorization to enter into a contract with Barry Dunn.
Right. So, but, and I think it would be if and when we get to that, then we could give that direction that as part of that contract that you enter into with Barry Dunn, that issue be part of the scope of services. Does that make sense?
Sure, yes, that's fine. Thank you very much.
All right.
And I'm done.
So we'll keep that in mind as we get there. Council members Wick.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you, Chief Batista, for your comments and for standing up there. I will have a few questions for you. So, and thank you to Council Member Negrete for what she said. I do believe that this is an issue that we all care equally about, and we've all committed a budget to address the needs and safety of our community, which is preeminent. And to that end, I did want to ask a few questions, Chief Batista. How many officers did you say we've hired in the past year?
City Manager mentioned it was 45. It's actually, he's pretty close. We're at about 43. I'm sorry, not the past year, since late 2021. In this past year, it's been about 15.
Got it. And how many are being sworn in tomorrow?
6.
And how many new full-time positions are being allocated to the police department in this budget?
6 officers and 1 sergeant.
So 7 total?
Yes.
That's probably more than any other department, I imagine, in terms of increases of new FTE positions.
I don't know. I can't.
Got it.
Yeah, the only one that would be more would be RRR because of the solid waste rate increases. We're adding maintenance workers to do the alley cleanup work.
Got it. And you mentioned crime being up year to year over last year, but I think it's important to compare apples to apples, and I'm curious how the crime numbers this year compare to the last year before the pandemic in 2019.
So they're starting to come in line with pre-pandemic numbers is what we're seeing.
So currently lower?
Slightly.
Got it. Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the commitment of everyone on this council on this issue, and I think we have a budget that satisfies it.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. And don't go anywhere, Chief, because I think she's going to ask you a question, then I'm going to have some questions. You push the middle button. There you go. Here, hang on.
Can shout.
There,
There it goes.
There you go.
Question for you. We had at the Public Safety and Oversight Commission, they brought up jujitsu for our police officers, and we forgot to potentially add that in here. My question to you is, obviously this would be for officers who choose to. We can't force anyone to do it. It's on their own time. I'm just curious if you have any feedback or your feelings about us making available the funds for police officers to be able to take jujitsu, and if in fact that would help them in their line of duty while on the job here in the city.
So we've been teaching Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as part of our arrest and control tactics. It is in combination with other martial arts, and it is something that we've been doing and will continue to do. Okay. If there's opportunities to expand on a program like that, I think that the Peace Officers Association is interested in the expansion of those types of benefits. So I've been in conversations with them about the possibility of that occurring in the following year. So being that I am very keen to the issues of excessive force, there are telltale signs that I'm very familiar with. And those are not experiences that we as a community are experiencing in Santa Monica or the Santa Monica Police Department. And so that's really a primary reason why I don't put Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu ahead of the public safety needs that we have in front of us, given the budget that we're working with.
Yeah, so what you're saying is this is something that could be done through the POA, potentially, Peace Officers Association, potentially.
Correct.
Like this is something that fits more within them. And I agree that obviously we have much bigger fish to fry and we're working with a limited budget, so we want to continue. I just wanted to make sure that we brought that up because it was given to us in a report earlier this week and presented today. And again, I just wanted to thank you for everything you do, and I want to remind the community to continue to thank our all of our city workers, especially our police and fire and public works, who are dealing with everything we are complaining about on the front lines every day. So thank you.
Looks like Councilmember Brock has weighed in. I don't know if he has questions for you, Chief. We'll find out.
A comment.
You need to turn your mic on.
There we go. A question for you, and this is still on allocations. I know that we're requesting one extra drone. Does that include an operator and a landing area for that, or is that just part of the long-range technical support for the police department?
So we've expanded our flight capabilities, so now that we can cover the vast majority of the city with the initial rollout and deployment that we've had. We've just expanded it, and the future does call for additional equipment, but that's all in line with what we've budgeted in conversations with finance and the city manager.
Over 24, 25, 26?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All righty. And I just want to make I want to add to the chorus, I think. I think I started the chorus, but I want to add to the chorus that public safety is integral to our jobs as city council. We're pleased to have a wonderful police chief and a great department of officers and support staff in our city. They're working tirelessly. They can't be everywhere. That's why I asked, what can we do to provide more eyes, more coverage in the city? But providing a tidbit may not help very much. So I do want residents to understand that we are fighting for all of you. We want our streets, our alleys, our fences, our downtowns, and especially our parks to be safe places for all residents to go to. I know you share that, Chief Batista. I know your officers share that and are working really, really hard. I understand you have a bicycle training this week, and we'll start to have bicycle police out there too, in more quantity than we've had. So I appreciate that. I will echo Councilmember Parra, Councilmember Negretti, in saying whenever you need more, come to us immediately, because our obligation is to help our residents feel safe and be safe, and to dispel the bad press that's been going on around the world. I was on the pier last Saturday for upwards of 4 hours, and then on the boardwalk. The pier looked sparkling. It was a pier and activities with Pier 360 that the entire populace of the city can be very proud of. The night before, I was on the promenade, and the promenade looked clean. It looks very safe, and I saw at least 3 of our officers patrolling the promenade last Saturday night. That was a welcome sight, and I think the residents, many times, who were very worried about our city, I challenged some of them in a social media post last weekend, to go to Reed Park, to take a walk to downtown, that it was improving. And we're going to make sure that it continues to improve. And thank you, Chief, for all you do for us in the city.
Thank you very much for your support of the officers. I really appreciate that.
All right, I'm just going to do a technical, there we go. We're having trouble with Mayor Pro Tem Negretti's. Hang on one sec. Looks like she's going to be mic'd for the rest of eternity here. So we'll just leave it like that. Yeah, if you can, that would be great. There you go. Okay. Life is good. All right. Thank you. Not seeing anyone else in the queue, I do have a couple of questions, Chief. So one of the things in our weekly report from the city manager we were informed of is that our police department is applying for a very large technology grant. Can you describe a little bit for us what that grant entails and how you anticipate that will affect your operations?
So it's a very large grant opportunity from the state of California to address the rampant issues of retail theft in the state. In my small conversations with chiefs in my area, there's only a handful really that in LA County that are going to apply based on what the needs are. And it is to address the issues of retail theft. So Los Angeles for sure, Beverly Hills come to mind. In a review of agencies across the state, it starts to grow. You know, there are a lot of police organizations in California, and so that number will definitely grow. But we're looking at about a grant in the neighborhood of $240 million total. And our application is for approximately $6 million in order to get a real-time crime information center up off the ground and running with private contractors as the persons that would be monitoring it. It includes everything from the reconstruction, the construction of the site, of the location, which we've yet to determine where it's going to be. The software systems, the hardware systems, the cameras, the integration of all these systems in order for us to be able to monitor it in real time and didn't be able to be connected to systems like the mobile cameras, for example, the drone program, and our communications center, the Office of Emergency Management. We already have some systems in place. For example, the drone program has been operational for over a year. For about the last 3 months, we've had Live 911, which gives the drone operator the opportunity to listen to the 911 call as it's coming in. So giving him or her even more of an opportunity to launch the drone in the direction of the call. So this grant, it would give us essentially more than just the startup money to get it going. It would be able to allow us to run the program for a certain amount of time, hopefully in the amount of time that also our city's finances begin to improve, and then we can take it from there.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that detail. One of the things we did in May at our budget study session was allocate $85,000 to the police department for technology, and it wasn't really defined what that would be. And I was just curious, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if there were a council willingness to redirect that $85,000, given that you've applied for this $6 million grant for technology, and the $85,000 is a very small piece there, towards the animal shelter, I wonder if you can discuss the situation at the animal shelter, certainly since COVID has taken effect, and the ability to have animal care attendants who can work with the animals at the shelter.
Certainly, during that devastating period of budget shortfalls in 2020 and cutbacks, what we lost at the animal shelter were the kennel attendants. And what that did is that forced our animal control officers to then do the double duty of being kennel attendants and animal control officers. And that's put a unique stress and strain on the operations of the animal shelter. We've lost a couple of ACOs to other organizations that don't have that type of mandate on them. Because let's face it, the animal control officers signed on to be working outdoors and doing the kind of work that they literally went to school for. And the work of the kennel attendants, it is much more refined, delineated, and staying within the confines of the shelter and in being in close care of the animals and where they're staying. And so we've been operating without those animal care attendants for, since 2020. And we've had to fill those positions with officers on overtime that come from other parts of the police department. It could be some professional staff, it could be police officers, but at any rate, they're coming in to do that work at a much higher rate than we would if we could use part-time animal kennel attendants. which I think would go a long way towards the morale of this really, really amazing little organization that we call our animal shelter and our animal control officers. It is the little place that could. If you ever get a chance to visit it, it's amazing.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. So with that information, I would like to propose a friendly amendment to the maker and seconder of the motion that we take the $85,000 that is currently allocated in the budget for undefined technology for the police department and direct the police department, since they oversee, obviously, our wonderful animal shelter, to use that $85,000 to hire, and I want to make sure animal care attendants is at the, and it's my understanding that would pay for roughly 1.5 full-time equivalents, but they work on an as-needed basis. Is that correct?
It turns up to be about 3 part-time personnel.
Okay, great. So that's a friendly amendment to the maker and seconder if they accept it.
Yeah, I accept that. I just have a question for the chief while he's up.
Sure, go ahead.
There. Back to this jujitsu question. I'm so sorry.
Well, can we do the animal control one?
I agree. I'm
Let's
on
try
board.
and stay focused.
I'm on board with animal.
All right,
Yeah.
and the seconder of the motion. That would be Councilmember Zwick.
I'm friendly to it, but there is some link in the sense that I am also, I also would like to find funding for the jiu-jitsu training that was recommended by the commission.
All right, so I just want to stay focused here. So that amendment for the $85,000 was friendly to the maker and the seconder, and now, Councilmember Terosas, you are back in the loop.
Yeah, so I read the report that the PSROC proffered around jiu-jitsu as a best practice. I understand that El Segundo is using this pretty well. Beverly Hills, I believe the state of Georgia have all used this as like a harm reduction de-escalation technique. And if I understand correctly, it's $20,000. Now, typically when we're talking about a budget, we are not getting into the weeds and telling the department exactly what to do with every single dollar that they're spending. I mean, some of that, obviously, if you have a training budget, you have a training budget. But are you amenable to allocating, obviously this is done on a volunteer basis for officers who want the jiu-jitsu training. And to me, it seems like the evidence-based solutions are there. I mean, are you at all entertaining setting aside money for jiu-jitsu as part of your training?
So, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, we are currently training in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Okay, so people can go to jiu-jitsu gyms and you will pay for it?
That is a part of what Councilmember Negrete brought up and part of the conversation that I'm having with the Police Officers Association about where this could go in the future.
Okay,
As
so
a benefit to the officers.
So you're committed to working with the PSROC on that recommendation?
The recommendation's already come forward, and I've already had discussions with the Peace Officers Association about the possibility of this occurring in the future.
Okay, that just kind of sounds like a non-answer. No, I mean, it's just, you're providing different information than that was provided to me about what actual training exists currently and I don't want to get into, you're the chief, you should manage your own budget. I'm not trying to get into the minutia of telling you how to spend your training dollars. I just want to make sure that there is an option and you are committed to providing an option should any of your current officers want to do like additional jiu-jitsu training.
Sure. So that is, I think, a benefit that would really fall within the realm of the Peace Officers Association, their ability to negotiate that into their work contract. And I am certainly amenable to having that conversation. I've already spoken to the chairman today, and certainly he is open to having that dialogue with Human Resources and seeing where this could go.
The chairman of the POA?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Zwick.
Just so I understand, it sounds like currently there is a training offered, and as part of that training, there are some grappling and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that is offered as part of that initial training for officers. Is that what you're referring to?
I don't know about that. I just know that we train in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
As part of the initial training?
As part of our annual arrest and control tactics training. Yes.
Got it. But there's a separate proposal that seems to be before us from the PSROC in order to provide ongoing training in the art form for those officers that want it at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gyms. Is that correct? The proposal from the PSROC?
Their proposal is about providing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training to address issues of workers' compensation. And the one thing I would ask is if this is an area where council really wants us to probe, I would love to spend some time with Gigi and the risk management team to understand what is the kind of risk management issues we're experiencing, to really know if this is the proper antidote for that, or if we should be looking at other things that, officers are experiencing and causing issues. Because they attributed it to workers' compensation and risk management. They talked about use of force issues, which is just not something I've been getting a lot from our officers about, having use of force challenges. So I'd want to spend some time just looking at the data a little bit to understand how it would fit into the picture, if this is where we want to land.
Okay, it's a directive that I'm very interested in adopting, so I would appreciate any further study, and I will be bringing it back if not right now.
All right. Any other questions, Councilmember Zwick? All right. Councilmember De La Torre said he'd like to ask some questions or make some comments. Councilmember De La Torre, you're up.
Yes, last time we discussed the budget, we did allocate that $85,000 to the Santa Monica Police Department. I thought that was a very good thing. We declared a homelessness crisis. I haven't heard that there's a crisis in the animal shelter, even though I do believe, that we need support there. But so, I appreciate the recommendation to reallocate that original allocation of $85,000. But I hearing that there really isn't a dedicated amount of money for jiu-jitsu training, I would like to split at least $20,000 out of that $85,000 to go to the to that specific training, which I think is promising. It shows that that it would be good for our officers, and the $20,000 would just kickstart it. Give more resources to provide support in that area. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we dedicate $20,000 for jiu-jitsu training for officers to receive that, and then the other $65,000 for the animal shelter.
And is that friendly to the maker?
If we were to allocate $65,000 to the animal shelter as opposed to $85,000, like what restoration would we be able to see in positions? Oh, geez, yeah. I'm very confused about the jiu-jitsu, and I know that the chair of our Public Safety Reform Oversight Commission is...
Without having the number in front of me, I'd rather us look within the context, because with the $85,000, we only get, as the chief mentioned, about technically it's like 3.2 as needed bodies for the animal shelter. It's about 1.5 FT, and that's still far less than where they were. So I would rather us work within the context of the police department training budget to support this, and use the $85,000 for the animal shelter is just my recommendation, because to go to 65 is it's going to be so few hours that I'm just worried it's not going to have the impact.
Okay.
So I would rather just look within the envelope of the police department training budget and keep the 85.
I mean, I'm absolutely fine with that, and I agree. And as someone who's been to the animal shelter and seen and talked to the officers there who said it's really dire straits, I absolutely agree. The only thing I would say is that I still want to be on record that we are committed to finding training dollars for the officers that want to do additional training in jiu-jitsu. Yes?
Understood.
Maybe? Yeah, Chief? Okay. All right.
Understood.
Okay. All right. So I guess that would not be a friendly amendment at this time.
Right, but you heard that, Councilmember De La Torre, that Councilmember Tarosa said it was not a friendly amendment, but that staff, and you probably, because you're on the phone, didn't see the chief nod, but both the city manager and the chief nodded that they would look for ways for the 20,000 for jujitsu.
Sounds good.
Okay. Councilmember Swick.
Oh, I would just say that, well, this is a, I guess, novel proposal to some people who are before us today. The committee detailed in great detail the degree to which this is proven in other departments as an evidence-based best practice. And I think regardless of the needs of our officers, that this is a crucial one when it comes to both the safety of our officers and the safety of those they're interacting with in the community. So I don't think we need to study at least the efficacy of this any further. We just need to figure out how to implement it.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete is having trouble with her machine, but she wanted to be, so it'll be Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, then Councilmember Brock.
I just want to say I brought it up because I didn't want to ignore that it was brought forward. However, as I said earlier, I'm really trying to rely on the expertise of the people who lead our departments. And I mean, unless I'm mistaken, he just said that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is part of the training. And let's be clear that we're not changing the training model. I think there's like I'm hearing like that we're wanting to see officers handle when they're out there, like how they're contacting people and dealing with use of force. That's what I'm hearing. I feel like that's separate. This is literally just saying, kind of like when you've worked for a corporate company maybe and they give you an allowance to join a gym. This is what that is. So it's elective. So possibly nobody would use it because they might feel like they're already getting it, or they're too busy working force hire so they don't have time to attend a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class. So, I mean, we brought it up. I hear it. It's not a lot of money. It sounds like the POA, we're not ignoring it, could potentially find money to allocate this and make it available, and it's more appropriate in that setting. That's what I'm hearing. But if the conversation is about what type of training is used, like that's a whole other conversation that's probably well outside the scope of this budget conversation. I think we're kind of going back and forth. And I want to point out that the shelter, I'm glad you brought it up because I didn't think about it. When we talk about homelessness, there's a lot of abandoned animals, dogs and puppies and kittens due to that, and it has increased the work that needs to be done at the shelter. So as we're talking about homelessness and public safety, animals with rabies, animals out attacking other dogs and small children, a lot of it is because of our unhoused individuals who have those animals. So I hear everyone. I just brought it forward because I didn't want to ignore it. Sounds like there's a solution. It's already being done and could be looked at more, but I think we need to move on. And the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu offer is great, but unfortunately I think a lot of these officers don't even have time to go to that class because they're working force hire.
Councilmember Brock.
First, Mayor, I love your proposal to divert that money to our animal shelter. I think that's a great proposal. Full support. As far as the now belabored 30-minute conversation on martial arts for our officers, the chief said 25 minutes ago that that particular martial art is offered to police officers as part of their yearly training already. So just because a commission advises that maybe this is a good idea doesn't mean that's sacrosanct and has to be adopted. I fully believe that our police department makes sure that their officers are fully trained for all contingencies each and every day. And I'm proud that our department doesn't have excessive use of force, that our department is a compassionate department that deals completely in de-escalation. So I hate to say this, but this ridiculous argument over $20,000 when we're adopting a $700 and some odd million budget has gone on 25 minutes too long. I trust the chief. I trust that if their officers association decides they need more martial arts training, then they'll work with the city budget and the staff on altering train or adding train if needed. Let's move on, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Swick? Oh, or did you mean not to be in the queue, or?
No, I think the only one who's mistaken is you, Councilmember Brock. We understand the chief that this is offered as part of training, but there was a proposal that police officers be allowed the ability to continue their training, keep themselves versed in the skill, and that is offered in many police departments across the county, and that it has been shown to be effective, and that it be an additional offering to the training that the officers already receive. It's very clear, and it's something I support.
No, okay, folks. I think everyone's position on this is clear. I think, am I correct, Chief, and am I correct, Mr. City Manager, you have heard this discussion?
Yes.
All right, then I'm going to call the question.
Can I just?
No, I'm calling the question.
Can someone read the full motion?
I am going to read the motion so everyone understands what we are voting on. So we have a motion made by Councilmember Tarosa, seconded by Councilmember Zwick, to, 1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica adopting the first year and approving the second year of the fiscal year 2023-25 biennial budget and adopting the second year of the fiscal year 2022-24 biennial capital improvement program budget as attachment A, as amended by the final changes described in this report, which includes the friendly amendment to reallocate the $85,000 we discussed in May from undefined technology spending in the police department to animal control attendants at the shelter. 2, adopt a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Monica adopting the first year and approving the second year of the fiscal year 2023-2025 biennial budget and adopting the second year of the fiscal year 2022-24 biennial capital improvement program budget as attachment B as amended by the final changes described in this report, which is the staff report. And 3, adopt a resolution of the Parking Authority of the City of Santa Monica adopting the first year and approving the second year of the fiscal year 2023-25 biennial budget and adopting the second year of the fiscal year 2022-2024 biennial capital improvement program budget as attachment C to the staff report as amended by the final changes described in this report. May we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Sure. Council Authority Member De La Torre?
Yes.
Council Authority Member Terosas?
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Council Authority Member Brock?
Yes.
Council Authority Member Para?
Yes.
Council Authority Member Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Chair Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously.
Can I just make a comment really quickly?
You can make a, you didn't vote no.
I voted.
If you want to give direction, you can give direction.
Yes, I would like to give direction. I voted yes on the provision that we are finding $20,000 in the training budget for any police officer who wants to do additional training on jujitsu.
Well, no. You can't amend the budget. We just voted on the budget.
I think we just heard direction. It's
look,
happening.
No, look. Stop. Everybody stop. All right. Take a deep breath, everyone. We've already had this discussion. I confirmed with the chief. I confirmed with the city manager that they both heard the discussion. It's $20,000. I think they have heard from the council. They know where everyone stands. It's not a unanimous thing, but I think they understand that there is strong support for, you didn't let me finish my sentence, Councilmember Parra. Strong support for letting the chief decide how the police department should be trained. And if you let me finish my sentence, maybe we all will just calm down a bit. But that there were people who had hoped that that training would include voluntary jujitsu. The chief committed to discussing it with the POA. The city manager committed to discussing it both with the finance department and with the chief. That is where we are.
Yep. Okay.
All right? And I want everyone to take a deep breath now because we got more to do. All right. Now, as we were directed by the city attorney, we can adopt the remainder of the recommendations 4 through 19. However, at risk to my own personal safety, I'm going to suggest that we not include, if anyone chooses to make a motion, not include number 18 because that is the council discretionary funds. And if people want to start to allocate those tonight, which sometimes people do, I don't want those to get mucked up with the rest of the motions. So I would entertain a motion for staff recommendations 4 through 17 and 19.
I'd like to make a motion to move items 4 through 17 and 19, removing 18.
Second.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, seconded by Council Member Brock, who's loudest in my ear. Do we have any discussion on items 4 through 17 or 19?
Yes, I have. This is Council Member De La Torre.
Sure, go ahead, Council Member De La Torre.
Yes, item number 17, which is the strategic plan for homelessness. I want to make sure that we add the language of leverage municipal funds and partnerships to expand regional services, ensuring other cities and jurisdictions do more to lessen the burden on the city of Santa Monica.
All right, and is that friendly to the maker, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, and the seconder, Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so that is a friendly amendment. Does staff have that language? All right, staff indicates they have that language. You know what, Chief, I'm sorry, you probably can sit down. You don't need to stand there. I apologize. I was enjoying your presence so much, I didn't want to let you go. Anything else, Councilmember De La Torre?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments on the motion? All right. Seeing that, I'm not going to read it all because there's a chance if I don't. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, seconded by Councilmember Brock, for staff recommendations 4 through 17 and 19. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Sure. Councilmember Swick.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Now, the
Number 18.
right, number 18, which is the council, oops, I'm just trying to pull it up on my screen here, I apologize. The council discretionary funds, which is item 18 in the motion. Let's see here. I just want to pull up. So if everyone has, I'm sure, had an opportunity to look at the discretionary funds, and as oops, for some reason, it's not pulling up on my, there we go. So there are a couple of allocations that we have routinely allocated. And one in particular I think is important because people do budget in the coming year, and that is the $29,000 out of the discretionary funds we have historically allocated to the 3 non-DTSM business improvement districts, which are the Montana Merchants Association, the Pico Improvement Association, and the Main Street Merchants Association. And so I think the first question is, do we want to continue to allocate that $29,000? Because all of those agencies have events coming up, and they would probably want to know if they would have funding available for those events beginning July 1st.
I will move that we continue that.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick, did you?
Just a question.
Sure.
So this is about the remaining funds, which will, in addition to the funds for next year, just programming them now?
No, this is actually programming the funds for next year, which the current allocation, if you look at the bottom of the sheet for next year, starting July 1st, is $139,806.
So the combination of what's been undesignated this year and next year.
Right. It is the one fund where the funds don't revert to the general fund. They roll over from year to year. And you can see from the chart that typical, for example, last year we allocated approximately $181,000 in discretionary funds. We obviously won't be doing that this year because we only have at least currently $139,806 to allocate. And it doesn't all have to be allocated tonight, But I did hear from the business improvement districts that they have, for example, close Main Street, Montana Merchants do their fall events, and they'd like to have that money so they know if they're getting it to do those events.
Understood.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Does that mean, I know there's a 16 item ahead of us about rolling over our unused travel?
Yeah, this 139,806 does not include that
So
number.
potentially it could be more if we.
It could be more, not a lot more, but it could, in theory, be more.
Mayor, who made the motion?
It was made by, I think it was made by Terosis and seconded by Negrete. Well, I mean, we don't have a motion. You know what, I take it back.
So I will move that we approve the discretionary funds as outlined in attachment L to the staff report.
Well, okay, well, I don't know what that means, because usually we allocate discretionary funds when there's a request for them. We don't just assume people will need them. The two items that are that if you look at attachment L, although it looks like attachment I to me, but it feels like attachment L in this, is the ones that we historically have allocated on a regular annual basis are the $29,000 for the 3 business improvement districts, and then the $15,000 for the 4th of July parade.
Okay, so I move that we allocate the $44,000 as outlined and keep the remainder for us to allocate throughout the next fiscal year.
Second.
All right, moved by Terosis, seconded by Negrete, and what that would be was an allocation of $29,000 in the next fiscal year to Main Street Merchants, Montana Merchants, I'm going to get their names all wrong, and the PICO Improvement Organization, and then $15,000 to the Ocean Park Association specifically for the 4th of July parade. Does everyone understand the motion? All right, may we have a roll call? Do you have any questions, Councilmember De La Torre, before we vote?
No, we're only allocating the 44,000, and we are not identifying where the rest of the money will be allocated. Correct?
Exactly. We will, as we typically do, wait for people to request allocations, and then when those requests are made and people make, just so everyone understands the process, when people do 16 items for allocations, staff will let us know how much money is left, because it's going to be a tight year given that we have fewer funds. So yes, this is to only allocate $44,000.
Great, thank you. I call the question.
All right, okay. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 7-0. So I believe, unless someone has some different information, that concludes the budget hearing. And it is still Tuesday night. So thank you very much, everyone, for the good work. I appreciate the focus.
And Mayor, if I may, I just want to thank Gigi, Oscar, David, and the entire budget team in the front row very much for all their work, and all the budget analysts who may or may not be here for all the work to get through tonight. So
thank you so much.
No, I really appreciate it, everyone, and we appreciate everyone who stuck it out with us. Now, if I may, Councilmember De La Torre, what time is it in Barcelona?
It's 7:27 a.m.
Oh, well, then breakfast is on you. We are going to adjourn the special joint meeting that we had for the budget. As you all know, that we typically don't do appointments without everyone present. Councilmember De La Torre, I want to give you the option, given that it can get complex and we have multiple appointments, did you prefer that we wait till you are here in person to do the board and commission appointments?
That would be awesome if we can do that. That'd be great.
I think that makes more sense.
Wait, there's people for these commissions that stayed
Yeah,
here.
there are people who sat here. But.
I mean,
Well, but there's no public comment. We already had public comment. They can't speak.
right, but okay.
I mean, they're here to see, I presume, if they get reappointed, but, I mean, we have a lot of board and commission appointments. Some of them are complex because we have people asking for third terms. We have some boards and commissions that have specific requirements. I think asking Councilmember De La Torre, it gets confusing enough when everyone's sitting here personally on the dais.
Is it going to affect impact the boards or commissions?
No, because people will remain on the boards and commissions until we reappoint around them. So it won't affect the work of the boards and commissions. They'll still have quorums, et cetera.
But I would assume that we have other things on other agendas, and given that it's only 10:30, can we move forward with part of this?
All right, well, I was trying to be accommodating.
Do you feel ill-prepared? I mean, can we ask? Councilmember Delatorre, do you feel like you can do it from where you're at, and are prepared for appointments, or do you really feel?
Can I cut in for a second?
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of changes that have occurred just since I've sent you guys emails and since you received the original packet. The thing I would ask is that the 3 continue, the 2 human services that are vacancies that need to be filled, and the 1 disability. That if you guys can do those 3 tonight, and then we can continue with the rest of them at the next meeting.
Which ones again? Sorry, human
Disabilities, which will be easy because we have 2 vacancies and 1 applicant, presumably. And then you said the 2 on the human services?
Human services that have vacancies.
Okay, and is that because they don't?
That's because they need the bodies.
They need the bodies because they don't have a quorum. All right, so Councilmember De La Torre.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. It's Library Board and Human Services, and there are 2 for human. It's not disabilities.
Okay, so the Library Board and the Human Services are the ones that were continued from.
Should we do disabilities because there is only 1?
Yeah. So Councilmember De La Torre, how about this? We will do.
There's another one that there's only the amount of applicants that are there.
What about the urban task force? Because there's less people that applied.
Than open positions.
All right. Okay. So.
That's by acclamation.
No good deed going unpunished. Councilmember De La Torre, we're going to do 4 boards and commissions and continue the rest. We're going to do the Disabilities Commission. We are going to do the Library Board. We are going to do the Human Services Commission, and we're going to do the Urban Forest Task Force. All right?
Thank you very much. I appreciate
and
that.
And then the
Thank
rest we'll put off because there are multiple appointments and there have been changes, et cetera. So let's start with the Disabilities Commission because I'll bet you that's going to be an easy one.
Well, actually, okay.
Oh.
Well, can we stick to the order?
Oh, all right.
Can we do
okay, so you want to do library first?
Yes. So let's do
Madam
library.
Clerk, here. That is actually 8A.
Oh my God, hold on, I need to open it.
That is 8A for the Library Board.
So it's 8A, and it is it's 1 unscheduled vacancy that ends in 2025. And so it's one, the Laura Schmidt was, she reapplied, but she wants the 4-year. So that would be the annual one. But there's quite a list. Starting
Right, but okay, now I want to make sure that we're all clear because, so on the original notice, Ms. Schmidt was not listed as an applicant because she was already on.
Yes, correct.
So now she is applying for this partial term?
No.
So she's taken off?
Well, you can take her off.
All right, I don't want to unnecessarily take anyone off. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Ms. Schmidt reapplied for the annual appointment.
But she's already on.
She's currently on, but she applied for the annual.
So she's asking for a second term?
She's asking to be
But is her term expiring?
Her term, yes. Her term is up for the annual appointment.
Okay. But here's the problem, and this is why I kind of wanted to put this all off, is right now the item we're dealing with is the unexpected vacancy, not the reappointment of Ms. Schmidt.
Correct.
So Ms. Schmidt is not asking to be reappointed to the unexpected vacancy because she's already on the Library Board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so let's deal with this. This is why this gets complex, folks. Let's deal with the unexpected vacancy on the Library Board, which does not include Ms. Schmidt, but includes the list of people who are on the applicant list under 8A.
Right.
Do we have any nominations?
I nominate Heidi Vega Amanetti.
Do we have any other nominations?
Jason Lynn.
All right. Any other nominations? All right. So, Councilmember De La Torre, the 2 nominees named are Jason Lynn and Heidi Vega Imonetti. And Ms. Anderson Warren will call the roll, and you can say either Mr. Lynn or Ms. Imonetti.
Okay.
Councilmember Zwick.
Imonetti.
Councilmember Para.
Jason Lynn.
Councilmember Brock.
Jason Lynn.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Lynn.
Councilmember Terosas.
Imonetti.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Lynn.
And Mayor Davis.
Imonetti, but I will change my vote to Lynn.
I can change my vote. I don't know him, but I'm happy to change it.
Likewise.
All right, so we will change it. So Jason Lynn is appointed unanimously to the library board for the remainder of the term. Congratulations, Mr. Lynn, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Okay, so then the next one is an unscheduled vacancy on the Human Services Commission.
All right.
Make a nomination.
Well, what we're doing is, and when does that term expire, Madam Clerk?
And that term expires June 30th, 2025.
Okay, and here's the question. Is there another vacancy on the Human Services Commission we'll need to address at some point down the road?
There is one, yes, but it's a 2027 year.
Right, so like the library board, this is only the appointment for the remainder of this unexpected vacancy. If there is will be an opportunity to appoint someone else into another position here when we do all the boards and commissions, correct?
Correct.
Just like on the library board. All right, so.
Can I clarify? Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So Willow Wells, for instance, is an incumbent seeking a second term, and she would be in the annual appointments, correct?
She would be correct.
Oh, so that would not be.
So, like,
Well, you know what, though? I don't see her.
Yeah, it doesn't say that on.
Yeah, I don't think she is an incumbent.
No.
Yeah.
oh, she's not an incumbent.
No, no.
Is Alexis
Hemphill.
Hemphill. Hemphill Elsler?
Because I had Willow Wells down.
Oh, because Willow Wells, I thought she was an
No,
incumbent.
she's just, no.
And Alexis was not on the reposted list. Is she still an applicant?
Yes.
Yeah, she's still an applicant. I mean, I see it here.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre, you said you had a nomination?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Luis Barrera Castanon.
All right, are there other nominations?
Willow Wells.
And who is that? Oh,
That was
sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem
I'm
Negrete.
like Willow Wells.
And again, I just want to remind everyone, there's a second seat on this commission, so,
That's coming up.
So
That-
this is for the 2025 term ending.
right.
Okay. Any other nominations? No?
Not seeing any others, again, the clerk will call your name. Please identify whether you're supporting Ms. Wells or Mr. Castanon.
Councilmember Zwick.
Castagnon.
Councilmember Para.
Wells.
Councilmember Brock.
Wells,
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Wells.
Councilmember Terosas.
Castagnon.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Castanon.
And Mayor Davis.
Castagnon, so,
Castagnon gets that one.
all right,
Okay, I'll change my vote.
all right.
sure.
Okay, so Mr. Castagnon, congratulations. You've been unanimously appointed to the Human Services Commission, and thank you for your willingness to serve.
Okay, so now let's go ahead and do the disability, or do you want to do the second human?
Well, can we do disabilities, because that should take literally 30 seconds?
And so it's one applicant.
An audit subcommittee only.
We have 2 seats, but there's only one, and it's Alex Elliott.
Right. Can
I would
Like to
nominate
nominate
Alex
Alex.
Elliott.
We approve by acclamation.
we do,
can't
no, we
vote.
cannot. We have to do everything by a vote.
By vote, right?
All right, so we have a nomination for Alex Elliott. Can we have a vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember De La Torre. It's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, Mr. Elliott, you are appointed to the Disabilities Commission. Thank you for your willingness to serve.
Okay. And then let's go back to the Human Services for 2027.
Oh, so now we're going to go back. Okay, got it.
So do we have any nominations for the Human Services?
I'm sorry, that's item 16.
Willow Wells.
Alexis Hemphill Elsia, who I believe is the incumbent.
Whoa, wait, sorry. Oh, okay.
Hold on a second. Is she on the applicant list?
She is.
She is as a late application.
Oh, okay. And so are you guys accepting that late application?
I propose that we do. Since
Sure.
she's an incumbent.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Councilmember Terosas, you said Alexis and...
I said Willa Wells.
Okay,
Lana.
okay.
I wish we had a better way.
So we have Wells and we have Hemphill Elsa, correct?
Right. And did you hear that, Oscar? I just want to make sure that we have 2 nominations for the Human Services Commission, Willa Wells and Alexis Hemphill Elsia.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Zwick,
Hemphill Elsia.
Councilmember Para,
Wells?
Councilmember Brock,
Wells.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Wells.
Councilmember Terosas,
Hemphill Elsia.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Wells.
and Mayor Davis.
Wells. So Ms. Wells is appointed to the Human Services Commission. And thank you for your willingness to serve.
So now that's it for the appointments. We'll continue.
What about Urban Task Force?
Urban Task Force, I thought we were, and then the other thing that dawned on me is we have 1 application for the 1 vacancy on the audit
Yeah, I agree with
subcommittee.
Yeah.
So can we do the audit subcommittee first, just because it's easy? We have 1 vacancy and 1 applicant, Jeff Bush. We cannot do it by acclamation, but can we?
I'd like to nominate Jeff Bush.
So, Madam Clerk, can you just call the roll and it'll be a yes or no on Mr. Bush?
Sure. I think I go through all of this. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes. Congratulations, Mr. Bush, and thank you for your willingness to serve. So now we're at the Urban Forest Task Force, where we have 5 applicants for 7 spots, I believe. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
I move all 5.
All right.
Appointed.
Want to do that second, or do we have to second?
No, I think we can do all 5 together. Is that?
Yeah, we can do all 5.
All right, so again, the 5 applicants just are Robin Carmichael, Andrew Gledhill, Andrew Hoyer, Dana Kaufman, and Emily Forscher. I'm not sure why Ms. Kaufman's in blue on mine, but I guess it doesn't really matter.
Applicant, because all of the other ones are current. They're
Oh, okay, all right, okay,
They want
got
to
it.
reappoint.
No, you're right, she's the one non-incumbent. All right, so those are the 5 applicants. We'll call names. It's a yes or no.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes. Thank you to the 5 applicants for your willingness to serve. You are all appointed to the Urban Forest Task Force. And I think that is enough boards and commissions for one night. All right. I think that takes us to 16B. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, 16B is request of Mayor Davis that Councilmember Terosas be designated as her alternate to the Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors.
Yes, I think you all know that I currently serve on the Board of Directors of the Clean Power Alliance. We are allowed to appoint an alternate. The meetings are in downtown. They are in person. And unfortunately, sometimes my day job gets in the way. And so since Councilmember Terosas works in downtown, I was hoping she could be my alternate since she might be able to get to the meetings if I have a last minute issue.
And I know about and care about sustainability.
She knows about and she cares about sustainability. I certainly didn't want to suggest it was mere geographic. But so I would move that we appoint Councilmember Terosas as my alternate to the Clean Power Alliance Board of Directors.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. Can we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson Warren?
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously, and thank you, Councilmember Terosas, for willing to back me up on that one. That takes us to 16C.
16C is request of Mayor Davis that the City Council direct staff to reappropriate the amount of unspent fiscal year 2022-23 individual council travel budgets at the end of the year, right? Yeah, at the end of the year to the fiscal year 2023-24 council budget to supplement existing council discretionary funds. The reappropriation would occur as part of the fiscal 2022-23 year-end budget review staff report.
Yes, and my reason for doing so is if you've all looked at attachment 12I, I guess it is, or L, I can't tell which one it is, that we have far less in our discretionary fund account this coming fiscal year than we've had over the last few fiscal years. And obviously, I think you all know we do amazing things with that money, such as sending student music groups over to Europe. We've sent middle school soccer teams as part of our Sister Cities program to Phrygia. We do it to support our students who are graduating from the high school. It's a wonderful ability. It's one of the few fun things we get to do here on the council. And since there will be some travel budget left over, the idea, since we don't have the previous amount of allocations we've had in the past, to at least supplement our ability to do these fun and wonderful things by rolling over leftover travel funds to the discretionary fund. So
I'd like to move
all
16C.
right.
Second.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, seconded by Councilmember Brock. We'll need a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you all. And before we adjourn, I do have an adjournment, and it's a very sad
I
one.
have one too, after you.
Okay, do you have the same one I do?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, why don't you go first then?
Hold on one second. Let me pull it up. Jack Lee, is that who you
No.
know? Okay. Okay. When we adjourn tonight, I want to ask that we adjourn in memory of Santa Monica resident Jack Lee. If you feel a rush of boisterous post-pop punk energy when you hear the phrase "hangin' on the telephone," remember when Blondie had a smash hit with their 1978 cover, you'll be sad to learn that longtime Santa Monica resident Jack Lee, who wrote the infectious song, has died. Alaska-born Lee moved to Santa Monica at age 15 and went to San Francisco for a couple of years during the mid-'70s, where he played on the streets and met fellow busker named Pete Case. With a third songwriter, Paul Collins, they formed a band they called The Nerves. They relocated to Los Angeles in 1977 and joined the explosive punk scene, playing live locally and touring nationally, including as openers for the Ramones. The trio couldn't contain the talents of three brilliant and contentious songwriters and broke up in 1978. Soon after that, Blondie released their cover of "Hangin' on the Telephone," and it was a colossal hit. By then, Case and Collins had gone on to form other bands. The Plimsouls, the band Case fronted, had a brief blaze of power pop stardom before he embarked on a now decades-long career as a solo artist, and Lee largely left the spotlight, though he released a handful of solo albums and has continued to write songs, including several that were hits for other artists. Lee succumbed last month to colon cancer in Santa Monica, where he lives since that brief stint in San Francisco. He is survived by his children, Wally Autry, Grace Lee, Mary Lee, and Cynthia Jacqueline Lee Cook, three half-siblings, several grandchildren, his wife, Mika Sophia Lee, and some indelible bursts of sheer power pop bliss. Thank you.
All right, and sadly, I'd like to also adjourn tonight in memory of Julie Lopez Dodd. She was an active, compassionate citizen of Santa Monica. She called Santa Monica home for more than 50 years. She also was my neighbor and a wonderful woman. She was a treasured sister, aunt, grand aunt, and great aunt with a total of 35 nieces and nephews. She was born in Glendale, Arizona on June 16, 1944. She was the seventh and youngest child of immigrant parents Susanna Lopez Dodd from Mexico and Mir Dodd from Pakistan. She lived in Phoenix, Arizona until she graduated from Arizona State University with a degree in political science. She has been a powerful force in this community, serving on the Rent Control Board and the Planning Commission. And although Mr. Martin is not here, I think he would venture to say that she knew the zoning code backwards and forwards more than anybody on staff. Julie actually carried a copy of the zoning code around with her on a regular basis, and she could refer to it chapter and verse. When I joined the Planning Commission, I had the honor of sitting next to her, which gave me the opportunity to tug on her shirt sleeve and say, what the hell is going on here? And she would patiently and kindly explain what was going on to me. She was also very active in Democratic politics, serving as the president of our local Santa Monica Democratic Club and also serving at higher levels in the Democratic Party. She was smart, she was kind, and she obviously believed very much in public service, although she never sought the limelight in doing so. She was a wonderful host in her apartment, and she entertained like the wonderful person she was. It was a real salon atmosphere where people could discuss the political great thoughts of the day without judgment or recrimination, and it was always a lively discussion. She was gracious and courageous. She was a financial professional. So she was obviously much smarter than I was. But the most important thing was that she cared deeply about Santa Monica and fought for what she believed was right. She's preceded in death by her parents, her brother Raymond, her sisters Olga, Delia, and Mary, but she is survived by her brother Victor Dodd of Phoenix, Arizona, and Elsie Rittmuller of Terrell, Texas, and throngs of nieces and nephews across the country, all of whom will miss her dearly, as will the city of Santa Monica. So thank you very much. Our next meeting is July 18th. Just for those of you who are going, wait a minute, that's off schedule. We have some attendance issues. Some of us will be attending some professional conferences, in which case I'll have to reinstitute the Tony's Chocolonely Challenge when you return, but because we wouldn't be able to have a quorum due to travels on July 11th, we'll be reconvening on July 18th. Happy 4th of July to everyone. I hope you enjoy the fireworks at the college on Saturday night, and I hope you'll attend the 4th of July parade on Tuesday. Thank you very much.
At Solana.